I think YouTube can hear this music, but that's okay because Julian has given me permission to use it, and he doesn't have a record label. Okay, I gotta remember how to stream. I need to actually close Stream Deck because it's not calibrating the camera properly. This happens periodically. Where's the... How do I actually quit? There we go. And then I need to quit Stream Deck. Quit. Now I need to open up Stream Deck. How's it going, project? It's been a hell of a week for me over here, to and from hospitals and just dealing with helping people. We'll call it. Of course, I got a house full of people now. All right, that's started up, so I can go to setup and I can hit face procedure. Good, good. There we go. Camera's calibrated. There's like a procedure that you have to do to get the cameras to work. What's Burn the Subs even looking at? Oh, it's looking at the synthesizer. Cool, very in focus. I really appreciate that. Guess I could have done that with the Stream Deck too, but how's the spring arm looking? That could use a calibration. What this does is it also puts all my settings into the camera too, so things look right. There we go, we get a little bit more richness. No, that actually looks exactly the same. Chat. How many viewer do I have? Cool, I have both of them here. Yeah, you don't stream for like a day or two and things go kind of south. So I'm really frustrated with the RC car project. That thing has been a thorn in my side. I've been trying to redesign things to be a bit better as I descend into madness and have a mental breakdown from not uploading enough videos in a day to continue my daily uploads, even though I've got 260 of them to go. I need to be a little bit more terse with the chapter markings, I think. A little bit more terse, but that'll help me in editing later, assuming that I get to that part. But yeah, the RC car project I've had up for a couple days in Fusion, and it seems like all of... Who the fuck is calling me? As soon as I start streaming, I get a number here. Missed call. 2 missed calls. You're going on the charger phone, and I'm going to ignore you while I stream. People have issues with boundaries. Boy, oh boy, boundaries are fun. It's really fun when everybody tries to contact you in the middle of a stream. Anyway, with the RC car project, I'm dealing with a lot of parts that I've sort of modeled myself, but I'm putting them to sort of more of an extreme usage than I think I'm used to. Some of the mechanical properties are strange. I mean, I can show it real quick. But I think mostly I'm very frustrated at these metal parts, these metal quote-unquote upgrade parts, which are, by the way, the ones that are, like, if I put back in the plastic parts, hey Proteus, if I put back in the plastic parts, they're liable to break at the speeds that I have this thing going. But I suppose I could do it. If I put the other A-arms back in, that'll bring the suspension arm in much further. Not much, just a little bit further. And then that would mean I have to shave this down even more. But yeah, I've been redesigning the transmission housing. These spacers are kind of a little haphazard there, but redesigning this, and I'm going with independent shocks, which I didn't want to do. I wanted to have a shock, like a singular shock in the middle. But I don't know how far, like I'm starting to get really discouraged in this project. These things are just terrible, these metal ball mounts, because look at this. The whole thing just rattles around. The plastic ones are much tighter. And there are certain things that you can do in order to sort of shore them up using like an electric drill and just running the ball in the bearing a little bit to sort of get it to let go a little bit. But it's like not viable as it is. I don't know. I'm getting frustrated at projects. I was supposed to be designing a thing to carry all the electronics, but I can't even find the second motor mount that I have. Because this is the second model. This isn't the first one. Where's my arm focus? There we go. But this is like way too crunchy. It's terrible. This is just not acceptable for this sort of thing. And I don't know where the crunchiness is exactly coming from. It may be coming from this shock, which I thought was super smooth, but it seems to like bind. I'm gonna check my Discord settings and just see if, oh wait, no, that's the wrong settings tab. Need to go into advanced settings. Yeah, see, I am broadcasting the music to YouTube, so I'll cut this off from YouTube in just a minute here. Just when the song ends. There we go. So now I'm going to channel 2, and I'm gonna untick the box. And then I guess that's it. I guess that's it. So now I can play another one of Julian's tracks. What do I want to do? Moonmen. We'll play Moonmen. Nah, this is only going to be on Twitch. So yeah, I'm really frustrated with these things. They're just clunky. Also, there's like no range of movement at all because of the thickness of the A-arms is preventing it from moving properly. We are 1 day away from me being able to order those VCO circuit boards, VCO etc. circuit boards. I mean, it can do a variety of tasks. So I'm getting excited about ordering them. I'm not sure if I want to put an LED onto it as well. I may want to do that. I couldn't find the last one of these spacers. I don't know where it is, and I'm very frustrated about that. Because then I'd be able to build the car having 4 of these things. But now that I'm seeing how crusty this is, I think I need to dig out all of the plastic A-arms and just do a complete overhaul. I need to drill out the A-arms so that I can have a single bolt holding them in, and then do just surgery on everything. Everything needs surgery on this. It's getting annoying, but oh well, it'll come to fruition. I'll get it all working. Just a little bit more frustration on the RC car. Aside from that, my week has been rough. I think I'll be able to keep the daily upload schedule on the VOD channel. I think so, but I'm not as far ahead as I'd like to be. I think I'm scheduled up to like the 23rd. I'm not even out of February yet, and I should be like 2 months ahead at this point. If I had been doing the work that I should be doing, which is just utterly, just tear-jerkingly boring. You guys saw last stream how boring that was. That I missed 2 days this week, so nobody's around. Did you get the boards that you made in the 3D program last stream? No. The Chinese, what is it, Harvest Festival, aka New Year, happened, and so nobody was working from Seed Studio. So I'm going to be ordering them in like tomorrow, basically, is when they say they're back. So I'm going to order them tomorrow, and then, I mean, I probably could have ordered them, but I'm also debating with myself whether or not I want to put an LED on the front. And I've got the model in Fusion and everything, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. There's one pin available that we could reprogram to be like an indicator of some kind. And it would be helpful to know that your VCO is like working, I guess. I mean, it's got like an entire microprocessor in it. Why would I not have an LED on the front panel? That seems mad for me to not do. Maybe we can do that at the first part of the stream. I don't really know if I should be splitting up streams here. Let's start up Fusion because we're going to need it for Burn the Subs. And I'll debate about whether or not I want to actually go in and mess around with the 3D design, with the panel design. Figure out where that LED is going to go. I made a 3D model for it, so it should be represented in there. It's just the model that I got for the LED had like meshes that weren't like fixed, so I have to go in and fix that part in order to shorten the lead length, just so that the 3D model doesn't annoy me, because it's a full leaded 3mm LED, so it's like this long, and I need, what is it, 10mm height to get to the front panel, and the rest of it is sticking out of the bottom of the board. It's fairly sloppy. We'll get started after Moonmen is done. Because, yeah, I'll want to open this up. So let's open up the RP2040 VCO. I haven't looked at this in a couple days, so it's actually kind of more fresh in my mind. Say my name and I appear. I didn't say anything about mesh. I said nothing of the sort. It was the one time I said Triple T is going to condense the nonsense that account showed up. I don't know how they're scanning for that. I said it audibly through the microphone. Nobody typed anything about Terry Tate, and an account shows up with the identity of Terry Tate, office quarterback. That was a little creepy. And their computer screen might have litten up right now from my even just mentioning it, which is creepy. I don't know what other kinds of bots. What if I say, like, you're not fully clean unless you're zestfully clean? Is a Zest bot going to show up on my frickin' stream? I should have a little control over what advertisements show up. This is Moonmen from Zelikovic, who's my buddy Julian. He makes music. Yay. I don't even know if he owns that stuff anymore. He might have traded it for something by now. Cool track, though. Also, his camera is jumping around with the music, isn't it? Does he have it? Like, is the camera on a speaker? It might be. Really, he's jumping around. Makes it hard to see. It makes all the screens look weird. Oops, that was not what I meant to click. This is not my thing that I was going to click. I'll let this track run out, and then we'll just work on this PCB, and I'm going to get the start soon off of here. Somebody always has to complain about it, and I think by now it's people who are trying to trigger me. Although they will claim utter innocence at all times. I was just wondering, why would stream be up there? You think it's the desk just because he's... But it's bumping with the beat. He's probably bumping with the beat. See, like there, he's just adjusting the knobs. That shouldn't be shaking the desk. Actually, I think it's like fairly regular. That might be his heartbeat. I've had that happen where my heartbeat was visible because this arm here was shaking enough and my leg was hitting like against the desk that you could see it like jiggling. We made it like a makeshift interferometer. Do. Yay. Okay, so anyway, there goes the intro. It's dead now. How's it going? I haven't been on this for a little while. I've had kind of a hellish week taking care of people. It happens. Life happens. Sometimes you can't stream. I probably should have taken the whole week off, but we have sort of this Friday stream that's sort of sticking out in space because I'm not going to stream this weekend. I'm busy this weekend. Life. So we're streaming today. I got a good one in here, and I think the perfect thing to do today would be to dig out the Burn the Subs control tower. This thing's sitting over my shoulder right there. Dig out the Burn the Subs control tower and start thinking about how we are going to be putting an actual water cooling pump in there. The 12-volt pumps that you can get off of Amazon and Alibaba and the like are not that consistent. You either get a really good one or a not really good one, right? You can get some pretty shit pumps from Amazon. And I was thinking, like, you know, that's great for a little desktop fountain, but we've got the cooling of my sort of prize project, the thing that sort of makes or breaks the stream. You guys have seen the sort of tapering off. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. The tapering off of the viewers as Burn the Subs is dissipated, right? And people got kind of bored with the slow progress. Unfortunately, the projects that I try to do here are engineering projects, and they're a little bit more thinky and efforty than, like, well, he renamed his channel to Whoa Station or something like that, I forget. But, you know, like, I love the idea of, can I throw a hot dog down a hallway and it'll be cooked on the other end? That's cool. I don't want to smell burnt hot dog all day in my shop. This is a fairly small room that I do this stuff in, and yeah, I should come up with some weirder projects that we can do, but we've got a lot of stuff to kind of like mesh together, a lot of different interaction layer stuff that I can actually get into by doing Node-RED, and that leads us to Burn the Subs. So I need to work on Burn the Subs, basically, is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. I need to work on the project that's like the big project around here. I mean, there was a time before Burn the Subs, but I wasn't partnered with Twitch, so I guess that did kind of propel my stream forward. We got to get back to it. It's been too long. I've been too irresponsible about this thing. But yeah, I think it should be pretty fun, and we can open up CAD during that and sort of start to plan out what the sort of attachment hardware is going to be if I flip the radiator to the back and put the pump up front, because it's got a plexiglass cover. It needs to look good, right? We'll get all that stuff off the wall in a minute. First, I can order these VCOs that I've been designing tomorrow. The Seeed Studio listed from whatever date to the 17th as their day, their week off. So we can actually do the modification to the circuit boards, and then they'll be ready to order. The modification is add an LED. I worked a little bit with the parts in order to get a model of an LED. It is, unfortunately, it sticks all the way out of the PCB in kind of a comical way. But I have it offset 10 millimeters so that it will be part of the front panel of the VCO. So both of these need an LED. Let's put that into the circuit. So what we have so far is we have the files are all listed on this. It's a circuit board, a two-dimensional design, and then a 3D rendering of all of that. This is a finished design, except I want to add something to it. So how does that go down? Sorry, I had a hoagie for lunch against all experience of eating heavy food before streams, and it was probably a very bad idea. We have all the parts placed. We have all the ground nets all in place. Everything is ready to go, but now I want to add a part. I want to take a look at this thing from the front. So let's take a look at our more finished VCO design, the one that I added to the front panel design. They both have front panels, but I added the circuit board to this, and you can see how everything is supposed to be laid out. I didn't put knobs on this, but yeah, and then these get bolts, but we don't need to model that. We basically have, I think I did this backwards, and I don't know what to do now about that. It really shouldn't be like this. It should be the opposite way. I think the whole design needs to be flipped. That's not good. That's not a good thing. Can I flip the design horizontally from the back? I don't know if I can. I don't think I really can. Oh man, that is, I don't know what to do with that. The output should be on the right. Instead, it's on the left. Oh boy. That makes this whole design invalid. Maybe I can get away. I don't know. I'm in the bargaining stage right now. Let's take a look at the Hajuo design, actually. Let's look at his design and see if we're accurate to it. Oh boy, that's a big oversight. Now, which one was it? This one was the RP2040 design. I can't believe I did that. The whole thing is backwards. I think I noticed that before, and I just thought, whatever. Modular synth, Yamaha PCM, Chord VCO. This is the one. Chord VCO is one of the ones. Okay. So, how did you do it? What, wait a minute. So you've got the switch on the left, and yeah, I did it the same way that Hajuo did. Okay. So he's putting the output here. He's got in and out. I think I mixed them up. I think I mixed up my ins and outs. No, I did not. Okay, I did everything correctly. Okay, okay. The design's correct. The design is correct. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Boy, I was... I thought we were in for some shit there for a second. Okay, we got it correct. So adding the part is going to be more trivial. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it apart and I'm just add it to the design. I'm just going to add it to the schematic first because that's the way we design it, and then we'll figure out where to wedge it in to everything else. Right now, pin 6 is doing nothing. Look at it. Look at this pin. Look at it doing nothing. What a piece of shit. All right, anyway, so we're going to put an LED in here. So let's go to the parts browser. That's the design manager. I guess the design manager... No, we want place components. And I'm going to get this from my own, what is it? It's not mechanical, connectors, I guess components. And in component, I should have LED. And in LED, I have a bunch of different pieces of hardware. One of them is a 3mm LED. And you can see there, it's got a model on it. So I'm going to place that one, that little goober. Oh, you have to select and then place. All right. Okay, so, I mean, I could just do it directly down off of this. Oh yeah, one thing that I was thinking about is these very specific valued resistors in the filter. I did this by putting two resistors together, and I'm wondering if I want to add a resistor around that, just so that I could put the two resistors in and get the right value. Or I could just buy the right value. I guess I should just buy the right value resistor. What was that value again? It's, oh God, it's all the way in immutables. Well, it's in our notes. So where's, paint? There it is. Oh, I've got the notes open right. 24.9K. So can I just buy a 24.9K 040 whatever? Will they have it? Amazon might not. 24.9K resistor. Pack of 10. Thick film. 0402. 24.9. Oh, okay. Well, if I order that alongside, what a very specific thing. I'm gonna order that. Pull that over to Groovy Something. Subbing for 57 months. What does this button do? I don't know, but whatever you did, the consequences are gonna be felt. I'm so frustrated with the RC car right now. Speaking of something Groovy Something knows about, I'm so frustrated. All right, let me buy these resistors. Wait, what size are these? 3216. No, we need that. We need the pack of 15 0402s. Yeah, that'll be the one. Why did it add that to my cart? Get out of here. Hey, cosine. Cosine. Place my order for $13. It'll get here at the end of February. On a day that I have not scheduled a YouTube video on yet. How do I get you out of my shopping cart? Delete. There we go. All right. So yeah, there's the resistor that I need. So I don't need to put two in there. Garbage tier automotive fuses from Amazon. That makes sense. Just JB weld the whole thing together and call it a day. That's what it feels like at this point. No, the frustration with the RC car was these metal parts are shit. I put together this whole thing. I designed this whole top piece that it could have a pseudo shock tower on it, because the top of this model is what would get hit by everything when it crashes, and it's just so jerky and gross. It's just really bad feeling. And I think not only is this shock binding, maybe it needs grease inside of it, but also these terrible O-rings. The amount of wibbly wobbly that I'm getting on this thing is ridiculous. It's stupid. It's shit. I put this together as a test, and it's just so discouraging. I'm gonna dig out the plastic A-arms, I think, and try to work with those, because they're much smoother than this crap. I'm so disappointed. I'm so mad. There's an M3 body that fits really well, but it's $60 on eBay and $30 on Banggood. So I don't know. I don't know about putting a body on it. Copy that. Put that there. We need this button to get out of our way. Actually, I could just put this over somewhere else. No, don't copy that floppy. This. I just double clicked. Did I put two down by? Oh. Escape. There's a seltzer bottle right by the escape key that I need to get out of the way. All right, good. All right, so we're just gonna do this. So we don't need the parts anymore. You get out of here. Yeah, it's the problem is that the wheelbase for that Mini Z, the WL989, is up to 102 millimeters. It's either like 92 or 102, and 92 is listed on the Mini Z body site. There was another site that had a really good database of bodies, but it's no longer like up, I guess. There's a note on the site about people stealing their work, and they're like, too many people have stolen my work. Do we trust this? I don't know if I trust this. P6 is PA8. P29 is PA11. These are weird. Let me look up the Zhao pinout. Oh, XIAO. I don't know how to pronounce anything. Nothing. Oh, they have all this information, and then they... Let's see. Okay, so we're looking up what PA9 is. Wait a minute. Not quite. I need the different pinout. Which one is it? Is that one listed? No, that's not quite right. I'll go back to images. This is supposed to be very quick. This is like a 2-minute job. What is going on? Why this computer needs to restart? It's not happy with me. The browser is like swimming. Got a pair of 1, 2, 3 blocks, and they are covered in oil. Yeah, that's how they come. WD-40 mineral spirits. Brake Clean is really good at getting rid of everything, including the environment. Yeah, or just fire. No, Brake Clean. I've had a really good experience clearing grease out of bearings with Brake Clean. You just should wear gloves because it'll dry your skin out like no other. And then you want the green can. Yeah, Brake Clean is some truly nasty stuff. You'll want to find a plant that you no longer want alive to spray it on. What do you use to clean the Brake Clean off? It evaporates. It's a very quick evaporating mineral spirit that has some pretty nasty stuff in it. So if you're going to be welding on the metal that you're cleaning with Brake Clean, you want to let that shit dry because you do not want to experience what that thing's putting out. Where's the good pinout? There was a good pinout that listed all this stuff properly. That or I've just got the markings completely wrong. No welding, yeah. Brake Clean to jumpstart engines. Yeah, it's fairly volatile, isn't it? D5. SCL. A5. D5. SCL. P7. So we're putting in P7 right now. Use the name tool. P7. Put that near the pin. Over here. P7. Okay, there we go. Moped engine had a vacuum leak. Oh, you ran... Oh, I see, yeah, to find the leak. Oh my god, my glucose level's ridiculously. That sandwich, I'm gonna give 10 units. I tell my phone that, and my phone communicates with a pod on my body that has insulin in it. What is this program called? Confusion? Autodesk Fusion, or Confusion, that's what Inheritance Machining called it today. He said his dad called the computer the Confuser. Not today, on his latest video. But yeah, this is Fusion 360, and it allows you to go from electronics design, because they bought Eagle, which was the program that I originally used for CAD, and they added a whole suite. Well, they added it to their suite of sort of simplistic three-dimensional design program, and it looks really good. And so since I had already been using Eagle and I'd already been using AutoCAD, this is the CAD tool that I decided upon. All right, so we've added our LED in the schematic, so the next thing to do is go to the 2D design, and there's going to be all kinds of errors. Yeah, so there's an EDU and a maker's license. What is this? Is that the resistor? Oh, because it's on the other layer. But why is there a keep out on this layer? Oh, maybe because we're viewing kind of a cursed... No, it should be on the top. Yeah. Oh, I see. We were viewing the bottom. Okay. So yeah, there's our resistor for the LED. We're gonna change layers on that one. So I center click and I change layers. But Eagle was the sort of maker's version of three-dimensional design, and it was a very nice little program. It works really good. It does all the stuff you want it to do in 2 dimensions. But now that Eagle has bought it, it has now been rolled in with that designs with the Eagle designs, or with the Fusion 360 design suite. So we were forced to go over to AutoCAD licensing, and while they do have mercy upon us and actually do have a free version, it is a little bit limited intentionally in order to promote sales. Yeah, it was a graphic layout editor for producing circuit boards and schematics, and it had its flaws. Like any other CAD, it has tons of flaws, right? There's tons of shit that's like completely frustrating about Eagle and the way that they did things. Their parts are weird and hard to edit, and it needs a better part manager. So Autodesk bought it. I think they have a separate program that's like a separate parts and like file manager, I think, that has its own license, and I don't know if I should use it or not, because like I need to, oh, excuse me, I'm burping. I need to work on the same level of capability as you guys, so that I can show this program and how to use it and teach, and get my education license for this thing. So yeah, I don't know what to do on that front. Now, if I put this on this side, it'll be to the left of the knob. So upper left of the knob, and we'll have an LED right here. Let's give it like proper coordinates though. How it's sitting on the grid at 3.81 by 100.33. So let's make that 100, and let's make this one 4. So that'll move it to the right a little bit, and it'll move it down a little bit. So there is our LED. Now, where to put the resistor? Well, the Raspberry Pi is going to be, I guess I could just put it like here. I need to see the other side of the board though. So I'm going to actually go to the display layers. This is just a quick thing. We're not actually working on this today. I'm just going to put this LED in and then get it sort of modeled in CAD. It's a fairly simple thing to do. Now that would mean that I need both leads to come around and over to this side. How do I do that? I can't even grab the LED. I guess it's on the other layer. Do I want to reverse those, or do I need to do? Well, actually, let's stop at the LED, or let's stop at the resistor first. And then, oh, P7's already trapped, though. P7, what are you doing over there? I mean, I guess I could use P28. These are the power pins, and these are the... Well, if I really want to do P7, I know where I can route it. So I can go up, change layers, or I could go at the top layer. Let's take a look at the top layer. Oh yeah, we could just do the top layer. Okay, so let's put a trace down. So I'm routing a trace, and oh, I want to edit this. We'll hit the resistor first. That'll just make my job a little bit easier. Do it like that, and then there, and now we only need one lead to go over to the LED, and the other one's just going to use ground. All right, back to the 2D. And I need to view the other layer. Well, actually, we need to get pin 6 up here, and then I'll flip that around. Okay. Much easier. Color scheme of the editor. This is just the default, yeah, color scheme. Has the EDU or Maker license also electronic stuff? Yeah, so the educational edition, I think, gives me the liberty of having a ton of designs in the CAD program. I think I'm able to have a bunch of files that I have not archived that I'm working on all at once. Whereas the non-educational edition has some limitations over what you can do in that regard. Oh my God, not 3mm. 0.3mm. That is a very large turn that this thing is making. Use 1 millimeter turns. It's a little bit better. Do I have any other routes to take? No, just pretty much this. It's going to kind of ruin the ground in those areas. That's going to yell at me that that's not connected. Oh, we'll see. Come on. Oh, I was still in the trace thing. Okay, let's just move that out of the way. And then put our trace right here. There we go. Now we have 1 LED, please. Wait, cathode with a K and not a C? What is that all about? And now we can take a look at it in the three-dimensional design. So I'm going to save this design, and we'll flop over to the 3D and see what that looks like. And it's at 104. And we can add that to the front panel. So push to the 3D design. You can work on 20 things and nothing more. And you have to archive the old ones. You can unarchive stuff though, can't you? So that's a surmountable problem. The only issue is with electronics parts. I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. Because like I have hundreds of electronics parts in this thing in order to create the three-dimensional PCBs like that. Bop, 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 bop. There it is. There's my beautiful LED, my indicator. Of course, I'm going to have to move some of this stuff, but we got plenty of room, so I can just knock that down a little bit. And then D3, I suppose I could just leave that alone. So let's do that real quick. Sort of keep that away from the resistor. Problem is these fonts can tend to change a little bit when the board is actually produced. And then this needs to be R proportional, yes. What is the height? Size 1.016. 1.016. There we go. And then we'll just move this away a little bit. Perfect. Okay, so we've added a 3mm LED to the design. Now I have something that can indicate using the one and only unused pin. Save that, and we'll render that to 3D, and then we need to do this to the other design too. Wait for this thing's slow for some reason today. Come on, buddy, you can do it. Yeah, we'll burn the subs off of the wall once I do this quick little job. Wait, did I drop? Wait a minute. I didn't drop down to where the tray. I didn't put a V in. Wait, oh, big mistake. Big mistake. And it crashed. Cool. I'm just going to send the report without any comments on it. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. Okay, let's start Fusion up again. Maybe that's the world telling me that I should work on Burn the Subs. I want to do this edit so that I'm ready to order circuit boards tomorrow. And I want to get those in because that'll be a fun thing that we can do. Do you think you can handle operating today, Fusion? Can we not have any crashes, please? We'll just open the one file. Of course, it resizes itself, which is just wonderful. All right, let's see if recovery was soon enough. Hopefully everything isn't completely... Yeah, no shit. Why are you yelling at me? The document was not saved properly because Fusion closed unexpectedly. I hit Control S and you did nothing. You just sat there. So P7 I actually need to drop down. So what I'm going to do is go back to the trace layout, and all I need to do is just center click and it'll, well wait, no, first I need to place something on the top layer. So I can switch layers by center clicking. But if I start putting a trace, oh great, 0.03, and then this one is 1, even though we're not going to use that feature right now. And then I place a trace and I center click. Let's get off the, I need to hold Alt to get off on a smaller grid rather, get on a smaller grid, and then we're going from there to here, there. Now it's actually connected and it goes through the layers. Luckily vias are free these days and you can just throw as many as you please in your design. This no longer needs to be there because there's a big honking ground pin right there taking the signal through. Now, I want my text to actually look okay, so I don't want to put a via in the middle of it. Okay, D3's there, Twitch TiVo Bother's there, CVN, something or other out. We got a bunch of traces in this area. Everything looks good. Everything looks connected. I don't have a ton of errors because we've already checked it over. I don't need to flip everything. I thought I did. That would have been really embarrassing. I think we are ready to order. We're not going to order right now. I will order tonight or tomorrow. But let's take a look at the render of everything. And then, yeah, we're all good. That's it. That's all it is. That's all editing your part, your PCB is, to add an additional thing. This is where it crashes again. Please don't crash again. I probably should have hit save before I went to render the part. The computer is deciding my fate at the moment. Oh boy. What's the... okay. Carefully now. Carefully. Of course, I'm not going to be able to put huge knobs on this thing because that LED is right there. Huge knobs. Is that rendered? Is that good? I didn't resize my window either. Oh, but maybe that can wait for another day. Oh, here we go. Okay. I don't know which one this... Okay, yeah, this, and then this goes like that. And then I need to put this up in the corner. Make it fit. God, it's slow. Huge... Hey. Huge knobs. Okay, yeah, see that? Look at the pins on this thing. And I can't edit them because they're not complete fusion bodies. I need to fix that part of this thing. I need to fix the fact that these aren't actually like closed. I think there's like an opening in it somewhere where you can see inside of the model. Once I close it up, then I'll be able to shorten those leads so that it looks proper and make this into the part that it actually is. Although that metal color is also pretty off. But, oh well, this is the LED that we imported for Burn the Subs, actually. Let's save everything. Hopefully we don't crash during a save again. What's up, Uncle Bill? Boop, boop, boop. Okay, it looks like we saved and did not crash, which somehow is actually a very harrowing experience. Somehow we credit the... Uh-oh, upload progress. Okay, upload finished. RP2040 VCO. And then open this up, and it'll be like, everything's out of whack. Or maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. We'll put the other LED in the exact same position, though. Yeah, this is the other one. So, okay. Oh, wait, reference out of date. Update. Update. Update? Where's that button? Update. Upload. Update. Upgrade. So Seed Studio gets back for the Chinese New Year tomorrow, which is the date that they listed, and so I will be able to order these. So yeah, there's your little status light, and we put it all the way up there because it's sort of an overall status. It's more for the microcontroller than anything else. And now I can actually go into my sketches, and I can do the second sketch, and I can come up from the corner of the PCB with a construction line, boop, and I can make that 4 and 100. 4 and 100 blackberries baked into pie. Four and 11. That's exactly what I wanted. 4 and 100. What are those doing there? What is this? Why is that there? Wait a minute, what are those? What are those? What are 8.5? What? Huh? Those aren't, I'm not using them for anything. Why are they like next to each other? That's a weird, what the what? Strange. Okay, anyway. Now this is a 3mm LED, so let's make this a 3mm hole. That'll fit kind of snug. I guess if it's going to be sticking up from the board, we should make it 3.2. 3.2 should give a tight but also not friction fit. So that would fall out of the hole if this were just the LED on the panel, but it's not. The LED is going to be attached to the PCB below it, so this should do pretty well. All right, finish that sketch. And now, yeah, apparently I didn't use whatever the hell those two circles were. So the second extrusion operation, the one where I actually core out the stuff. I thought that was this one, but it's not. Oh, this is the one. So I'm going to select this now. And now we have our LED. And this guy's nice little hidey hole there. Look at it go. Perfect. Beep, beep, I'm an LED. Cool. They went through the trouble of this model to actually model the element of the LED, so I decided that I would like to use it. There's that. So if you're ever watching a YouTube video and the person is doing like a fancy 3D model, aside from the fact that you could just kind of tell that it's Fusion, look for that warehouse, that reflection of the warehouse right there. That should be in the reflection of anything in their model that's shiny, and then you know that it's Fusion because that's the Fusion warehouse. It's like an aircraft hangar or something. Yeah, you got to look for that. That's your telltale sign that they're using this program. Some of them try to hide it. Not from me. Okay, save that. Let's do the same thing to the other one. The same thing to the... Okay, so I'm going to close the whole design because I don't trust Fusion anymore. Any longer. Closing that Chord VCO. Okay, so now let's go into actual Chord VCO. This is the actual one that's supposed to be making the chords. Boop, boop, boop. There it is. And we go into the schematic. And then we put down our new LED part. We'll get to burn the subs. Do not worry about that. I'm just going to take a quick aside here to show sort of more of the finishing touches on a PCB. I want an LED. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. We're looking at all, okay. We should be looking at components. I do need to like fully revamp all of my what do you call it? All of my electronics like libraries so that everybody has models, but it takes so long. It's very annoying. We're not doing a 3-color LED because I only have one pin. This is PA7, right? Or P7. Oh, I forgot to put markings by that. So I need to go into the other drawing too. We'll do this first though. I need to remember to go, I should just do it now. But then I need to go through all the steps of rendering it and the program's probably gonna crash. So what I need is a sticky note that I can put up, or maybe a comments window that's on top of everything and that I can't get around. I wish I was working on RC cars today. I'm very tempted to buy the $200 RC car kit. And I know $200 is a lot of money, but everything WL Toys, in spite of the fact that WL Toys has quite a few really like available parts. They've got all of these wonderful available parts because everybody and their dog has had this WL Toys kit for a long time. There, yeah, because my chat is so freaking slow and I'm so self-conscious about it, I'll definitely look up and see your message in about 15 minutes when we get around to the other one, going back to the other one rather. And I actually probably will. But WL Toys is it's so common, right? Everybody has it, everybody has access to it, and so it's easy to find parts. I want to get like a real RC car frame, like one of the professional ones, because they're awesome, and they've got basically everything that I've been trying to put in to the WL Toys kit is already in these other RC cars. And I spent about $75 in pandemic money on the WL Toys kit. They're more expensive now, but you have to get into every facet of the design and smooth it out. Now there's a if you look at my stream projects section, there's a YouTuber, I forget what the name is again, Blue Sky? No. Anyway, he goes through all these different methods, and he uses what the like drill lathe and a file in order to like clean out the ball joints and stuff like that. He does some really cool work. But like, I don't know, if I spend $200, that's a lot of money, but you don't have to do all that stuff in order to get the thing up to snuff. And I'm kind of curious. I mean, part of, I don't know, getting the WL Toys to go as insanely fast as it does is part of the project. But I feel like not babysitting the model. All the work that I've done here to make an entire differential housing, only to have these crappy A-arms get in the way. I don't know. I think I'm gonna hold off on buying anything until I get at least one of these working well again. Maybe that's what I should do. Actually concentrate on the projects that I'm doing. But it's become a little bit encompassing, and it's hurting other projects. So I don't know. As it's going to snow again tonight, so everything's going to be too wet to run the RC car anyway. But I've wanted to get a nice little video of the thing going absolute balls out maximum speed, because it's shocking how fast the thing is. All right, so let's get our resistor, put it roughly in the same spot, and move it down to the bottom layer. Actually, I could do this all on the top layer. Oh, no, I don't want to. Actually, this only takes up this area. I could put it on the top layer, and it would be under, like in the pads of the Zhao. Zhao? What is this? This is a VCO, a voltage controlled oscillator. What the hell is this? What is that? Okay, a voltage controlled oscillator, and the design is from Hajiwo, who's a YouTuber that does cheap and effective modular synthesizer stuff, modules. And so I took the design and I started building it on a perforated prototyping board, or rather, perforated prototyping board. I started building it on that, and I'm like, this is way too much effort. I'm doing too much. So the advent of $5 PCBs, I'm forced to do it this way. We move this to 103 or 4, 104. That's cutting it close. I have to move my text too. Oh yeah, and the other one, I need to do one of these on it. This is just like listing everything it is. Although maybe I shouldn't have this. This is because now there's an LED, so it's an even longer title. I'm gonna get rid of that text. So this is I don't know if maybe you're not familiar. This is a program called Fusion 360, and it is a PCB design suite as well as a mechanical design suite. So I use this because, yeah, we have YouTube in here. I've had that for a little bit. What I have is, I use Fusion 360 because I can 3D print solids, and Fusion 360 is really good at designing solids. You basically do a two-dimensional drawing, and then you extrude bodies and you chamfer everything, and then you have something good. Nate's are pretty okay. Happy Friday. Hope you're well. It's been a hell of a week. I haven't been able to stream in a little bit because I've been I've been helping around the household with sick people, and yeah, it's been pretty stressful. 0.3 millimeter and then 1 millimeter for the turns, and we're going to come up over here with curved traces. Why curved traces? Why not curved traces, basically? That's the only justification that I have. I'm going to attempt to not cut anything off here. Like, for instance, the top layer ground isn't really going to get into here very well now that I've put that trace there. But overall, it should be kind of a trivial detail, is running grounds to everybody. And there's our LED on this one too. Although that turn is really bugging me. Just bring that in a little bit. There we go. Okay. There is LED number 2. It seems like I probably could have done this without changing layers. Although I guess I'm going to P7, so that's kind of a... Yeah, maybe that's not... Common ground? What do you mean? There is. It's a ground plane, and I have to make sure that I maintain it in order to keep this a little bit less noisy. Which is why I don't like this. But I guess there are some grounds in the area, so we're not too bad. Not great, but not too bad. Oops, I accidentally keep hitting the Windows key. Like an old codger. Oh, those two are ground. Yeah, that's fine. This one may even have too much grounding. You can never have too much. All right, I think we're pretty good. So now I need to move text around so that that via doesn't ruin it. I don't know, is this on the same, I think this is on the top layer. So it's going to be with that frame outline. So I can do it like that. I think we're flipped over, right? Layer is, oh, name's bottom. Okay, so actually it looks like this. And then I need to get the D6 marking from this. So I need to actually view the standard top layer. Display thing, and then we go up here and we go to preset top. There's our top layer, and then this becomes size of 1.101, boink. And then I move this away, and then I give this a P7 nearby on both layers, actually. Because if it's all assembled, I want to look at the back and go, oh, the LED is P7. If you can read this, you voided the warranty. If you can read this, flip my Jeep over. Ha ha ha, help, I'm dying. All right, document. A lot of the holdovers from Eagle is what makes this such a quirky piece of software. I wish they would fusionize, or sorry, AutoCAD-ize some of the tool. Because I'm used to using AutoCAD. If I'm going to be putting something in a place, it would be nice if I could reference it with like construction lines like you do in AutoCAD. There's a few places that would have saved my bacon doing that. P7, and we're on the top silkscreen layer. And I want it to be 1.10. I'll put a P7 there, and then we'll drop to silkscreen bottom. And then I want a P7 somewhere around this. So D3 is on the top. This one, I could literally just put it in the same spot. It just makes it a little harder to read. That's fine. Okay, so save that. And let's view the 3D board, which is a nice way to check to see, you know, like, if everything is laid out properly, if your components are colliding with one another, all that stuff. The impression of the board when it's in a two-dimensional layout, and especially on CAD, is that it's huge. Everything is enormous. Look at the size of this thing. I really can tweak this trace to be just the right distance. And then you get the board in the mail and you're like, holy shit, this is tiny. Like, things are so much smaller than you think they are in CAD. Out of CAD, I guess. Beep, boop, computing harder. Boop, beep. This warning is so annoying. Okay, there we go. And now an LED has popped into existence. Huzzah! That D3 is a little far away, but I'm not going to stress it. So that's labeled P7. Everything else has their IDs nearby. Oh, it needs to be larger. Much larger. Okay, so back to the 2D design. And then this P7 is going to be 1.6. So D3 can move a little closer. And then this thing What was it again? It was 1.3? 1.6. Or is it 1. Well, the 1.6 something something something. I don't know why those numbers are so cursed. Maybe it's because usually schematics are done in mil, and mil's translation, mil is not millimeter, mil is a fraction of an inch. Screen message. You got to put something weird on your circuit board. Now, is this labeled? Are these parts labeled from the back side? They are from the back. Are they from the front? Yes. Okay, good. Yeah, I just want to make sure that everything is... So yeah, CVN is also P28. P28's over there. CVN, P28, and then P28's over there. So I can go to whatever side of the board I need to, and I can see this text. So it'll tell me when I'm programming it what's what. I don't have to go into the CAD files. Oh God, remind me to never have like a salami hoagie before stream. I'm in bad shape. Okay, let's go ahead and save first, because saving apparently is a dangerous procedure. So what did I lose? Why are you crashing when saving, Fusion? What's going on here? Yeah, labels on both sides, because I figure like I'm not necessarily, well, I don't necessarily need the labels on the front, but like if I'm holding a fully completed module and I'm programming it, I'm going to want to flip to the other side and take a look at the circuit board that's available to see what is what. This is new. This crashing thing is new. It hasn't been like this lately. I don't know why it's doing this today. They should save it before you save it. Actually, it should work like Google does it, where every time you make a change, the file is updated. Yes, I realize the document might not contain all the... Holy shit, what is open? Cord VCO recovered. Which, oh God, look at this. Which one is which? That has the larger things there, and I didn't change anything else. So that seems to be up to date. All we did was make that text big, and then look at it a little bit. So I'm gonna save that. Look at all the stuff that's open though. I should probably close all this stuff. This one's locked. What the heck is that? That one's the other design, but why does it have a lock icon next to it? Go ahead and close that. What the hell is going on? Untitled we don't need. So we have our three things. This one's the full design. This one is the 2D PCB, and then this one's the schematic. And so our 2D PCB is up to date, it looks like. So I'm going to get the hell out of here before we ruin anything. Close this stuff. And then I'm going to take a look at the Cord VCO, and we'll put that text in there and make it the right size. Oh my God, yeah, this is the second crash. Second crash while saving. The linked PCB file has a new version. Do you want to load the latest version? Yes. I guess maybe that's what we just worked on? I don't know. I'm going to let you sort this out. Okay, there we go. Good Lord. Okay, RP2040 schematic. We've got that in there connected to P7, so that's good. Two-dimensional design. We have all this stuff here. Why was it? Something looked like it was closing every time I flipped. So now I need to add the text P7. So document, document, draw, text, and then the size is going to be 1.6 P7 on the silkscreen top layer. And I'll try to avoid the via there. So I guess I want to kind of put it right there, and then we'll flip to the silkscreen bottom. That was by center clicking, and then I'll just put it in the same spot. Bonk. Okay. What is all this stuff? Oh, that's right. I still have this here. I'm going to get rid of that just because it's a little much. It's a little extra. CVN audio out for Xiao. Is that how you say it? This should be on a different layer than this. That, I think, is a bottom layer marking, isn't it? Well, let's check, I guess. So I'll do this, and we'll render the PCB again. I've done that before on the title. It's like version 1.2.5.final.this one. We got to keep different jokes on the PCBs. I got to keep the jokes rolling, because the banner image of Twitch, of this Twitch channel, is my power supply, my computer power supply design from like 2013, and I put a meme on it, and the meme is so incredibly outdated that I had to put that as the title, or the title bar of the stream. Is this thing? Are we in? We're in. Okay, so, oh, it's not cursed at all. Yeah, okay, cool. CV and audio out for Xiao. And then we've got this layer, and then I got the Twitch TV bother, and it's huge. I've got the stripe labeled. I have markings for each of the devices and where they're going digitally. Well, the parts are in good places. I'm brewing a sneeze here. Maybe not. All right, that's looking orderable. And I got credit where credit's due. I got Hajiwo and mutables up the top. Mutable for the I/O design of a 3-volt device, and Hajiwo for the code and the RP2040 concept itself. He sort of came up with this as a cheap synthesizer, cheap VCO. I think those will fit. Alrighty, that design is done. Done. I'm closing the door on this one. I'm locking the door. Let's work on burn the subs. You know, like the title says. You know that thing that I put in the title that got people to watch my stream? That thing? Yeah, let's work on that. Let's move over a little bit. Oop, that just loosened. Great. All right. Yeah, I got to get this thing off of the wall now. So, yeah. Imagine working on the project that was in the title. Weird. I still don't recognize this as Poggers. That is not Poggers. It's just not. It's not the same. How dare you stood where he stood. All right, I want to make a little bit of room here, so I got to put standoffs away. I've been very frustrated at the RC car because all the work that I've done to get to where the RC car is today, it would cost the same amount of money as if I just bought a professional kit. But I need to figure out how I'm going to be making that purchase for a professional frame. This thing is heavy. Got to figure out how to make the purchase for the professional frame, and not like bust the bank or get called a man-child for working on RC cars. It's okay to have childish hobbies, everybody. It's okay. You're allowed to be a big man, baby. Okay. So, burn the subs. Where were we with this? Hold on, I'm stuck on my mic cable because I'm a professional streamer. I've done this for years with a microphone cable down my leg. And I totally don't still get caught in it constantly. Yeah, it's the same as Komodo Hype, except the new one is higher quality. It's got more pixels. Just takes a lot of strength to open toys as an adult. Toys are awesome. Who cares? Oh yeah, we're water cooling the power supply too. I forgot about that. I made a little block that just holds down a piece, like 2 pieces of tube, and I'm running water through that, and that'll cool this heatsink. I don't know how hot this thing is going to get in operation. It shouldn't be too hot, but I've never tried out this power supply at all. This is what's been just sitting on the wall. It's just been collecting quite a bit, might I add, of dust. What we have here is the control board for Burn the Subs, and this is another one of these sort of CAD design to within an inch of its own life designs. We went through the trouble of making an entire dual color 3D print side panel that has all of my indicator statuses, the indicator light statuses on it. That means, like, if I'm connected to the API, if I've got, 3.1 volts, or 5.1 volts, 12 volts, 24 volts, if the bus is going, and if the power in is, or power bus is good. That's, I think, the same thing as 24. And then sus is the 120 volt in being good or bad. So, like, all of these indicators, most of them are a function of the Vicor power supply. We're using a pretty crazy quality power supply. It's higher quality, but who can tell? Yeah, because it's like 5 by 5 pixels. Yeah, but one of them is higher quality if you mouse over it. I think I've said all of the subs. So in addition to this crazy power supply setup with these side rails that allow me to connect the water to the laser, that's those two, and all of the I/O to the rest of the board. So we just use a D-sub connector because D-sub connectors are awesome. They're actually really good. You know, I kind of look at them and I see them as like 1995 computer technology, which they're much older than that, but that's what I see. That's how I frame them contextually and how I've used them within my lifetime. As a teenager, I would use these with research equipment, and they loved their D-sub connectors back then. I didn't really know much about them then, but I thought of them as kind of like old tech. They're not that great. Well, D-subs are being reinvented even to this day. Some of them have waterline connections in them. Some of them have 3D printer filament connections on them. You can do all kinds of stuff with these connectors. The cool thing about D-sub, the generic D-sub connectors, first of all, everybody and their dog produces them. You can get them practically on the street. I could go to like a marketplace in Philadelphia and just be like, do you have D-sub connectors? They'd be like, yeah, I got them. Let me go get them. You can get them everywhere. They can carry 5 amps. At 12 volts, they can carry 5 amps through them. That is a lot of power, considering the digital world that we're in today. So you can plug stepper motors into a D-sub connector and it's fine with it. It doesn't care. That's why they're so good, and they're easy to solder, and they're spaced out, and you can stick a multimeter probe in it if you feel the need to get really kinky. In addition to that panel with the D-sub that does all of our power routing, we have the stuff that's going to actually make Burn the Subs operate, and that would be what is this one again? The BTT SKR Mini E3. This was sent in by Twisted Sister, who's working on life right now and doesn't have time to watch streams. But he would periodically, he's somebody I know in real life, but he also was very generous and sent stuff in. So I have the Mini E3. This didn't have the proper pinout for me to put it on the 3D printer. So instead, we're using it on Burn the Subs now. We have the BTTR, a Raspberry Pi, which is the brain of the operation, and then I've got this new VFD screen in there. There's 2 big power conversion boards behind this screen, as well as a fan. There's a fan in the corner of this thing that should hopefully get a little bit of airflow. I put a vent at the bottom and a fan at the top, so the fan would circulate air through this box. We also have water going to the Raspberry Pi, water going to all of the motor drivers, which it's behind this is where we're picking up, because these motor drivers, the silicon is actually towards the bottom of the chip, and the top of the chip is actually insulating. Putting a heat sink on the top of the chip is like an archaic thing. What you do is you have a bunch of vias underneath it and a bunch of big ground pads to dissipate heat. So we're taking water and applying it to those pads. Actually, under the board, I have a big bar soldered down to those pads, because there's just a huge ground pad underneath this thing. Also, the 2 power supply modules, wherever they are, they should have a heat sink on them. I think it popped off, so I'm gonna have to like reattach it, but that'll be water cooled as well. I can't really water cool this screen, even though the VFDs do generate quite a bit of heat. But it'll only come on when the machine is on, and then the fan will be running for that anyway. As with water cooling, if we're doing water cooling, we need to do it fancy. I can't just leave well enough alone. So I've got an old EK reservoir with a little whirligig in it, so we know that it's functioning. And then we have a 2 by 80 millimeter radiator. I was originally going to use 2 of these in my big computer, but my big computer generates a lot more heat than that nowadays, so I have much larger radiators. That gives us copper blocks, copper radiator, plexiglass, and then plastic pump. So I think that's a good, I don't think we're mixing any metals here. I've had a bad experience mixing metals in my main PC. I was looking at the water cooling system and I'm like, why is that brown? And it was because there's rust in the water cooling system. Also, they can tend to become cloudy, and you're like, why is that cloudy? What's going on? And it's actually the half cell reaction making itself like a nice little medium and coating everything in aluminum. Yeah, so I'm not gonna mess around with that anymore. It's nickel and copper from now on, buddy. And anything that's a dissimilar metal is gonna get nickel plated. But we don't have that. I don't think we're gonna have that issue. Nickel plating is so easy. It's so easy. Okay, so that's the setup for Burn the Subs. We've been sort of slowly working on this project and getting it up to snuff. We did a bunch of design on the radiator itself, trying to get all of the water fittings and stuff to go the proper directions and places. We have a bit of a challenge here. What I want to do is not use this pump. This pump is a little 12-volt pump. It's okay, it works, it does pump enough. It does get enough liquid all the way to the end of the system. Oh yeah, I forgot about these distribution blocks. Heard we're getting burnt today? Not today, but you'll get cooled. You'll get water cooled. So, let's see. Oh yeah, I guess we have brass, but brass, nickel, copper, those aren't going to react with one another. These are also brass, and they're soldered together. We did a whole thing where we soldered these fittings together to make my little distribution manifolds. And then, yeah, we converted over here into the ceiling quick disconnect so that I can actually get this control panel all the way over here without ruining everyone's day. None of this stuff is wired yet. I need to work on that. And then I need to figure out how I'm going to get the control panel here to light up properly. We have transistors on every single LED in here, so we need to get that running. Yeah, the soldering, this actually is fun. It worked out pretty well too. Cooling the burning machine. Yeah, that's right. It's what it is. Yeah, you expected a smoky, fiery stream of passion, but you just get this damp piece of crap. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to flip this. I want to flip this over because it'll be funny to have the little fan up front, and also I want to be able to see this thing functioning. I want to be able to see this thing function because it's clear in plexiglass, and it'll look good up with everything else. I do have a 3D model of that too, so we can figure that one out and figure out how much space it's going to need. But having the visual aids here helps too. But let's get the old system out. Let me undo all this stuff. This is kind of semi-done, but I just can't leave well enough alone. I don't trust this pump, and it also doesn't get the whirligig moving enough. So this will have a little bit more pressure behind everything, and it'll make the whirligig, which is really important. Also, this thing is just collecting dust. I don't really have a job for this thing. I could use it as a water cooling, like bubble releasing pump, but I've gotten good enough at getting bubbles out of systems that I don't think I need that anymore. So I want to use that pump here. And it might even be quieter. Oh, I've got a whole library of those books. Got a whole bunch of them. They're right there. This is actually wonderful for part storage. These things work great because you know, you got all your stuff there, and you can just throw that on the shelf, and it replaces a whole bunch of those little bins are good for like stuff other than resistors. The little Wentai bins that I have, the little pop-up bins, they're great when you're assembling something, but if you're prototyping and you need a lot of different weird values, it's nice to have like an archive of parts. Coin folders? Why is there a metal pole on the ground here? What is going on? I don't need a telescoping. Actually, it's not telescoping, it's segmented. Put that up on the shelf. It's because I got a new snow broom. SNOBRUM. It's basically a piece of foam with a handle on it, and you push snow off of your car. It's beautiful. It works so well. Oh, so it is that kind of stream. I'm showing my pole off to Twitch, all right? I'm dancing with my pole on Twitch. Okay, let's get the old water cooling stuff out. This is going to be stinky, isn't it? There's still water in it. Oh, boy. This is going to be stinky. I'm going to get a paper towel. And YouTube. Yeah, I'm also showing it off on YouTube. Speaking of junk, have you seen the latest I Made a Thing video? Spear guns are fucking scary. It turns out. Number one on, oh jeez. Don't go to that website. Don't save yourself. Don't go there. You can go, but it'll be purely educational. There's a lot of water left in this thing. Do I have a container? Uh-oh. Bad. Close it off. Don't get water on my power supply. Hold on. That wasn't a paper towel amount of water. That was the radiator is still full of water amount of water. I realize, you've made a mistake. I realize suddenly that I've made a big mistake and I need a container. Let's get a glass. Let's get a glass without coffee in the bottom. This one already has water in it. What the hell? What kind of a show am I running here? All right, let's grab one of these. It has a little coffee stand on the bottom, but it'll be fine. You just, listen. When you do stuff like this, like use a glass to contain the water in a system, don't do what I did and put the glass down on your desk and then look over at the glass you put down on the desk and go, oh, I wonder what that's a glass of. Take a sip from it. Because I did. I drank fluid that was cooling my computer moments ago. Forceps. Do you concur? I concur. Oh, even that one is leaking because it's backflowing. Where's it backflowing from? I guess other equipment in the system. Okay, that one's done. You're done. I guess I could release this. Or I could actually plug into the bottom. Where do I have some extra fittings that I can plug into the bottom there. Let me go get them. Because that'll actually drain from the bottom. That's the better place to drain from. Your bottom. Or do I? No, I guess I don't. Oh wait, no, here they are. I got the bin full of fittings over here. I had some of these fittings that weren't, that didn't have valves in them, which means better water flow, but it's also, you know, I kind of want to keep these to the side. These have a little push valve on them. Yikes. Why don't you guys leave the jokes to me? All right, so once I plug in there, it's going to start leaking. I don't think there's a lot to leak out, but I'd like to catch it. So I guess I'm coming over here to the edge of the table where I'm going to get my pants wet. This seems precarious. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's the stuff. Come on, all the air. Why is it? It's like there's like a train of bubbles coming down there. What's going on there? A little weird. What if I connect the other one? To let air. Ah! Damn it. I'm just glad this water isn't stanky. Yes. There you go. I mean, if I have the tube above the water line, theoretically that should be drained now. And it's not. No, no, no. I always get water everywhere when I do this crap. This bubble's really bothering me. All right, you are cut off. You are draining. My forceps. No. Okay, hold on. Gotta tilt it around so that it fully drains out. Okay. Decommissioning a water cooling setup is always annoying. If I release the reservoir, is this going to spill everywhere? Probably. Let me get my hex key that fits this. My leg! Where did the big hex key go? It was over here, next to my water cooling stuff. I bought one of those little chemistry bottles for filling stuff. It's great. I actually kind of love it. Syphilid8, why would you do this? Why would you subscribe? Thank you so much. Saying, sup, bother. Hey, I'm a little stressed out, so we're going to work on burn the subs today. Boo. I think the stress is contributing to my burping habit. Triceps. I have forceps. Stick that in your smoke and pipe it. A Gatorade squirter. They're very useful because they don't leak and you just squeeze the bottle. So I have distilled water in that one. Okay, so I need to disconnect this from my system. Please. Where are those forceps that I trained instead of biceps? Oh, this has a different fitting on it. I guess I got enough of these brass fittings now. Baldisos. I need to say that one properly. Hey, you're triggering a hype train here. I don't know if you're allowed to do that, but thank you so much for 7 months of tier 1. Hell yeah. Yeah, and Syphilid8 was 37 months. It's pretty crazy around here. Yeah, choo-choo. We got a hype train going. That's pretty cool. Okay, we're trying to get the old reservoir out of here, and we're going to start a 3D design for a new setup that's going to use this pump, this better EKWB pump that I have. I have this just sitting around. It's just been sitting around. So, oh my God. Groovy gifted a sub. Groovy, thank you for gifting a sub, man. I really appreciate that. It went to Skywatcher Jim. That's kind of a cool name. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the gift sub. Hey, you guys are awesome. I promise that I won't spend it on childish stuff like an RC car. Or whatever the opposite of what I just said is. I'm probably going to end up buying. I may end up buying an RC car kit because I've got all the other parts and the WL Toys. I'll wait to do that. I'm going to wait to put the plastic A-arms on and see if I'm happy with the model still. Because I'm starting to get not happy with this model. And I'm starting to think like, hey, it would be cool if I had a center differential. And then I could build everything correctly and actually like grease everything up and make all the adjustments that I want to make, and they'll stick. And I will stop buying these freaking parts, all the WL Toys kit parts, because it's like upgrading a Honda. You're not starting with a platform that's sort of robust and ready for the things that you want to do with it, right? It really is like upgrading a Honda. I mean, you can get Hondas to be really zippy and you can get them to do a lot of really cool stuff. But why not start with a base that is much more capable, that will be able to operate in the proper way? And that's kind of what I did with when I had the Porsche, when I had the 944 project that I was putting an LS1 into. I also bought a regular car. I bought just a BMW with the on the premise that if I have this car that is capable of going speeds that I want to go, I won't be tempted to modify it at all. And I'll leave it the way it is because it came in a state that I was happy with. Yeah, 10-second Civics. People want to try to do that. They think that, oh, because you can make a 10-second Civic, my Civic is super powerful, and I'm gonna keep modifying it until I get there, without realizing that they had to sacrifice quite a bit for that 10-second Civic. So what I did is I bought a BMW aside from my project car, and then the project car was the project, and the BMW I did not mess with. I wanted a reliable daily driver, and so I bought a BMW. What? What? Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me. Stop looking at me. Dial tone noises. I like working on cars, all right? It was part of the deal. The problem with BMWs is they cost a lot to keep in higher mileage situations, so that's what I had to deal with. So if we're doing this on the other end, people buy Hondas because they like those. I'm not talking about literally everyone all at once. You guys love to find the little corner example, the counter example of what I'm thinking of. From the police and a rusted brake booster. Listen, I've had my times of non-inspection. This might not be as possible as I wanted it to be. This might be a little bit more difficult than I give it credit for. If I'm going to have a pump, a fan, and all the connections in this area, I may need to bump stuff up and down in order to fit. I may need to bump the control panel down in order to fit tubes going from front to back. So instead of Honda, we're supposed to buy Acura. Yes, exactly. Now it's just you start with a more capable platform and you don't have to like spend as much and do as much to get it to where you want it to be. Is what I was trying to get to, but you guys love poking holes in everything that I say. Because you know I'm right. You know I'm right. There's no screw there. Let's see. Let's just measure it out and just see what we get. I guess I didn't put the floor plate in because it didn't fit. The pump didn't fit with the floor plate. We designed it and everything, and it just didn't work, which is kind of what I'm starting to run into with the RC car, where I put everything into the CAD model, and the little differences in IRL and CAD all sort of compound on one another, and the whole thing gets just like cursed and doesn't work. Like nothing fits, and everything is in a weird spot, and I'm just getting very frustrated with it because I've been trying to get the WL Toys kit to be extremely competent, and it might not be possible with the methodologies that I've taken upon. In addition to that, the $75 for the WL Toys kit has been added to by each additional little purchase and effort, in that it probably all comes out in the wash as about, well, it's probably way over $200 I've spent so far on that project. It's fun. It taught me a lot about CAD. Stupid that you train on a new car when most people will immediately switch to a 90s shitbox. Wait, what are you talking about? Train? You guys do stuff differently over there. BMW, maybe the first thing to look at is why the indicators are never used on a BMW. What is this? What is this? What is this thing? Look at this thing. What is that? Maybe the logo will tell us. Maybe the logo will tell us. What's that logo? What is that? What do you suppose this symbol means? Mic drop. Something, something, porcupine, something, something, BMW. Heard it all before. You can take the driving test in a 90s shitbox that smells like burning oil. I don't know. I certainly did. In the, well, was it the 90s? I think we were just out of the 90s. How? Oh, there's still one screw. So we made this whole frame in CAD, and it's useless. Need to make a different frame or come up with something else. Teslas have taken BMW's place. Are they programmed with BMW drivers in mind? I thought it was Audis. All the assholes moved over to Audi. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Yeah, we made this nice little frame and I printed it and it did a really good job of holding everything up, but I don't trust that 12-volt pump. I just don't trust it. This is by the reputable brand of... Well, they didn't list... Oh, ZKS I. Or ZKS1? Look, they have triangle. It's a little 12-volt pump, and I just don't know how much I can trust this. This is good for an aquarium, maybe, or like a little desk fountain. Moved everywhere. Yeah, now there's just they've just populated everything. Just don't know who's who anymore. Actually, what everybody's getting around here are huge trucks. You can't buy like a car-sized truck anymore. That's just not a thing. They don't do it. So everybody has these enormous pickup trucks. We were sitting outside at a quality eatery. Now, it's like a dive bar that has outdoor seating. It's like a dive bar restaurant that's styled like a dive bar, but it's actually a pretty nice little restaurant. But we were sitting outside, having drinks, eating and stuff, and one of these giant trucks, these giant pickup trucks with the crew cab and like this much pickup truck on the back, pulled up and parked in the street parking right next to us. And that was our entire view from then on. We weren't able to see anything across the street because this house parked right next to us. It's 1999, so we got to party like it's 99. Yeah, it was just 1999 was just like 10 to 15 minutes ago. But yeah, these things are enormous now. These trucks are huge. And what it is like debauchery in the laws. They apparently made something so that the smaller pickup trucks were no longer economically viable, and you had to be classed as like a huge regular truck. Yeah, I love seeing them in European cities that aren't made for that were built before cars, so the layouts are made for small European cars, and then some idiot has to buy a full F-150 that is mainly like a strip mall cruiser. It just doesn't fit. The 90s Ranger, I love those things. Those smaller trucks, they're great. It's just the red tape, basically, legal red tape and environment laws that on paper sound great, but then lead to stuff like that. And pickup trucks are like some of the best-selling cars in America, at least. But my friend got the equivalent of a Hilux, and it's like a house. You have to like climb up into it. Mavericks, do they have at least some showing for the normal-sized pickup, which is not normal anymore? I saw a Ram 2500 in the center of our local old town cobblestones. Hundreds of years old, it looked all sorts of wrong. Yeah, it looks like a render scaling issue. Wait, isn't that supposed to be like half as big as it is? Hold on a minute. So we're going to have to probably move the reservoir up. We have a little bit of rail room for that, though. So I can actually move this up and make a little bit of space for the tubes to come in and out. I just got water on me. Stupid radiator. Stupid dog. Hold on. Let me make sure this thing is empty. Oh, yeah. I still had a little bit to go there. Seen some pickups from the U.S. It's like a whole living room. Yeah. But the problem is, well, not the problem. I mean, it's good that they have airbags, right? I'm all about safety. But there's a lot of just like stuff. You don't get a ton of room. I mean, you do fit in them. As a big, giant, fat American, I can actually fit in those things fairly comfortably. But I don't know. If I'm in a pickup truck, I kind of want more of a minimal interior than what they give you. New Ranger's about the size of an old F-150. Jeez. It's out of control. It's out of control. We'll have to do an RC car building stream soon, and not this hoopty piece of shit over here. I'll have to get a real one. Yeah. Yeah, like me in a regular, what do you call it? Me in a normal car versus these giant fucking trucks out on the road. I'm just glad I'm not commuting to work with those things around. But tomorrow, they're all going to be out in force. They're all going to be out in force, and they're all going to be going over the speed limit in snow. I actually slow down for stuff like snow. I am not an idiot. I am a bit of an idiot, but I'm not that much of an idiot that I try to go fast during things like snowstorms. Let me get that fitting out of the way, that other fitting. So this thing, Burn the Subs, the control tower. I'm calling it the control tower from now on. The control tower is very tall, and my stream is very wide, so it's kind of tough. Brodozers. I like that. My brother drives a Brodozer, and he put a full like metal front thing on it. It's a Ford like Expedius or whatever the fuck, Expedition, Enormous. It's an entire area code. He lives in an area where big truck is acceptable, and I guess he has 3 kids, so they all need their own entire row of that car. It's ridiculous. We had a station wagon when I was a kid. I have one now, and it seems like a small car. It's not. Welcome to Bother Rants about totally reasonable things. Oh, God damn it, that just broke one of these. Yeah, it broke one of the little claws that holds this thing in place. I guess it's okay with 3, but I may need to reprint that. I printed these things, and they're a little fragile for what they are, but all they're supposed to do is just hold that distribution manifold in place so that I can organize all the tubes on it, make them nice. It's pretty cool, though. I like that. It's one of the details that nobody will ever see, but I know it's there. But yeah, we're going to be running a little bit higher pressure through this thing. Slightly higher pressure, because we're putting in the big pump. We got big pumping. Oh, am I out of these these low profile right angle fittings? I maybe need to buy one. Hold on, let's get this out of the way. This is the water cooling fitting that I don't like putting in any visible spot, because it's got a big logo on the side of it. Oh, is this not going to undo because it's too close? Yeah, I think I need to I don't want to take this thing off of the... hold on, maybe I can get it. Oh, it's like under a lot of pressure here. Hold on. The threads are forcing against my 3D print. No, that's not coming off. Actually, it might. Hold on. Let's keep going. Yeah. Damn it. Okay, fine. Stupid thing. What can I do? I can just take the reservoir out. Oh, but these have expanded. The rubber on them expands, and then it holds this thing in place. So I can either do 4 screws or these 3 rods, but the 3 rods, they end up tilting, and the thing just continually locks itself in place. I don't know what I want to do yet. Okay. I need this to go there, and I need this to go there. The thing is, these are both designed to bolt in the pattern of a fan. So technically, I could bolt this here, but I don't have parts that will bolt that way. So I probably need this to be offset and have like a bracket on it, because that way I can have the tubes coming up straight here like that, and then I'll have tube, and then the fan underneath that. And that way there will be a little bit of airflow for this whole thing. And you will be able to see all of that equipment. Has it been a while? F-Sensor Pit? Yeah, things have been going okay. We've been designing modular synthesizer stuff, and now we're actually working on Burn the Subs. The RC stuff is going in weird directions, and I'm actually there goes that. I'm actually very tempted to just straight up buy a better RC kit than the WL Toys. WL Toys was a nice little struggle, and I bought it during the pandemic, and I've been continually redesigning stuff. Once I got the 3-phase motor on it, I got kind of a taste for speed. But these A-arms are so terribly built, these metal A-arms, because remember, the A-arm, it was actually a section of the A-arm was the first thing to break when I hit something. I have a beer cooler in the garage that's for Guinness Extra Cold, so it has extra lines. Always been curious by how much it would bring my CPU and GPU temperature down. You got to be careful of condensation at those temperatures, because condensation will kill your electronics. I'm not doing 8th scale nitro. I've got a 1/10 sitting behind this desk, is actually diagonally right over there, that could probably do 100 and something miles an hour, but the electric 1/10 scale is too popular. It's too popular. It's too expensive. Everything is expensive. And so you end up getting in a death by 1,000 cuts scenario where you're like, oh, I'm going to buy just this thing, and that's $20, and then this is $20, and then that's $20, and that's $20, and that's $20, and now you spent $300. I looked up, this is the year you build a Gundam. Not making any promises, but there's a possibility. Anyway, so the RC car, I like cars. I like it to be grounded. I don't want to fling a drone into somebody's face, $80 to $100 car and $140 drive for it. I have the 1/10 scale. If I want to do 1/10 scale, I'd do it. That was from a free cycle thing. The WL Toys model represented a platform that was ripe for modification. I've run into a lot of troubles lately. My 3D models, I think, are accurate, but the things like the wobble of the ball joints, these are so bad. They're so badly made. There was like a $20 upgrade kit for metal parts, but those O-rings are like a liability. They add a wobble to everything. So my thought is I could go out and buy an Atom chassis, and it would just be everything I need. I'd still have to assemble it, and that would probably be a good stream. That'd be a fun stream to assemble all of it and then figure out where I'm stashing the electronics. But I think it would be cheaper for me to just go out and buy that kit and just have one that's just a much more competent platform to begin with. Because, like, see that wobble? Ridiculous. But before I go out and spend money, I should probably work on putting plastic arms on this and trying to get it to be a little bit more reliable. But the temptation to transfer all the stuff over to like a real platform that's going to be carbon fiber and aluminum, plastic, unfortunately, in some places, that's there. The temptation is there. And then there's not going to be that wealth of modification parts for the platform. So I don't know. I am curious about how the all metal WL platforms are, the copied WL Toys platform in all metal. I would assume that the same manufacturing issues exist within it. And how do you fix a loose ball joint? You can't go backwards on that unless you manufacture a slightly larger ball. But there's also no play in any of it. The range of motion is limited for those. So you don't get the kind of clearance that you got from the plastic ones. We got lots of it on Traxxas Slash. The plan was to go on a go-kart track. Oh, that sounds cool. You got sick, though. That sucks. We got an $80 to $100 car. Yeah, I already got that one. Sold the nitro motor for $40. That's pretty funny. You could do like a Babe rally, like a road rally thing with it, and set your budget. That would actually be, you got to do like a Finnish style RC car race where you have to sell the car for a certain price if somebody asks you for it. They go, hey, I like your car. I'm going to buy it for set price, and you have to agree. All right, let me see here. Where are we? What am I doing? I got paper towel. I got all this stuff. We need to jump into CAD and start playing with it. Okay, yeah, and I don't know where I'd source Atom parts from, because like if I get a competent platform, I'm inevitably going to take it up to top speed, which is probably somewhere around 75 miles an hour, and then it'll hit something and it will explode into a bunch of dollar signs. Oh, I was going to get the parts kit that I have sitting right here already. Okay, so from the reservoir to this is not easy because the reservoir output is over here on the back. But I guess if I really was in a bind, I could go out the side and then up to that fitting. it would still be below the water line. Everything is below the water line in this system. It's brilliant. Almost did that. Jakes are Brezening. Oh wait, I'm not announcing follows anymore. What am I doing? Sorry, I've been editing video, and some of them are from back when I was thanking people for following, which is a waste of time. I appreciate the follows though. You guys are awesome. All right, so how am I going to do this? It's metal mostly, so if you crash it, it's done. It's not going to break. It's going to bend. Ugh, that's scary. I mean, but with metal, if it's cosmetic, you can just bend it back. Like if it's the front cow catcher or whatever, I'll just bend that. You can just bend it back and have a slight blemish on your model. Yeah, my RC10 B3 I gave to a friend of mine's brother, his little brother, and I probably should have kept it, but I gave it to his little brother, and he refurbished it. He got it on the road and everything. He got a nice speed controller in there for the day. That was like mid-2000s, and he crashed it, and supposedly it broke the front section of the pan, which is not that recoverable. I do have another one of these. Oh, goody. So I can actually use the low profiles on both of these. Problem is getting at this. So let me get a hex key over here. Actually, I have one right here. Or I could do it the fun way. I'm going to do it the fun way. We're going to do it the fun way. Hold on. Make a dish. Get one of these, one of these. And where was that bit that I was using? Did I put that fully away? No, it's right here. Okay, hold on. I'm cooking. Let me cook. Oh, you don't have those on the model. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'm worried about buying this thing, and then it's like I don't know where I don't know what things will explode, but also I have a 3D printer. So what I can do is model the parts that explode and reprint them, assuming that they're not metal. And I don't think they will be. So I need this hex key. I'm doing this the weird way just for fun. Put that away. Make sure to put your bits away, otherwise they disappear. Bits got to go back where the bits go. I have the proper adapter coming in the mail, but for now, I'm using the screwdriver kit adapter from the larger to smaller size, the 1/4 inch to 4 millimeter bit size. So that, this, lock and load. Oh, damn it, of course I chose the wrong side. Lock and load. Okay. Ready to go. Mahalo sent this in. I put it on my wish list, and for taking stuff. Oh, that went immediately to the floor. What the hell? This screwdriver is great for disassembling things. Beauty. Another frickin' drop. God damn it. Oh, I should have released the other end. Oh, that was dumb. Oh well. Now I got to put my hand on it. I love this thing. It works really well. And when it's off, it's just a screwdriver. I mean, it's not nearly screwdriver shaped, but you can check that one went on the floor too. Too professional content ruined. You know, I swear by the hand. The regular old, I swear by the hand. What am I, foot gang? Yeah, hand tools are wonderful because you know exactly how much torque you're putting into stuff. I do appreciate the hand tools very much, but things like modular synthesizers and projects like this have a million screws. So it's actually kind of nice to have something that can just bust the screws away. Bussin'. Where's okay, it's right here. There we go. Hup. Mic cables all over this bench. Okay. Hup. Riker maneuver. Bam. And he's back. I'm not blowing stuff up. Uwu was making a chat-controlled capacitor exploder, which is kind of insane. I don't think I could deal with that many snapping things in my face, because like capacitor explosions are kind of violent. And I was finding little bits of paper for weeks after the one that went viral went off. There's just paper everywhere. I don't want that. You know, chat will get a good laugh out of it, but at the end of the day, I'm the one with my eardrums ringing, having a bad time. So, I don't know. We tried to make LEDs explode, but I guess they changed the formula for the epoxy that they use. So LEDs no longer explode so good. Flatulent Gonad is raiding with a party of 35 souls. How's it going, Gonad? I saw what you was doing over there. You're playing some My Summer Car for once. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to my shop. This is where we work on stuff. So shop to shop raid, those are always good because you guys are kind of primed for this whole thing. We worked a little bit this morning, like at the beginning of stream, putting an LED into my voltage controlled oscillator, the one that I'm designing, with designs from Hajiwo and Mutable Instruments. This is going to be a voltage controlled oscillator that goes in my synthesizer that I've been working on pretty regularly. Put quite a bit of work into this. It turns out you can just buy circuit boards and build them without instructions, which I kind of did. And then also, we're working on Burn the Subs, which is what that camera is actually supposed to be for. Burn the Subs is a giant board that sits on my wall. That's it behind me. And there is a control tower at one end that controls all of the automation. And what this is designed to do is it's designed to take the names of subscribers and then burn them using a blue laser onto a board. It's basically my pièce de résistance. It's the raison d'être of the whole stream. It's actually not the reason. It's not you know what? My stream isn't just Burn the Subs, but goddamn, you would think it was based on the amount of people that I lost from when Burn the Subs filled with names until now. So we're getting that running again because that's kind of a good idea considering how many people have been in my streams lately. And hopefully we'll get some other people back. Eat a sandwich for me, Gonad. What is he starving? How long was he streaming for? Burn the AT Tiny 85. That'd be like, aren't those like $5 now? Yeah, burn the whatever is around is kind of the mode here. What we're working on is this control tower. This control tower houses a BTT SKR Mini, which is too many motor controllers for what we're doing, but maybe we can find something for the other two to do. We're only using 2 of the motors for X and Y. You know, maybe I can make it like a camera axis. I don't know. And then we've got a Raspberry Pi that's holding all the Python that controls everything. And that Raspberry Pi is supposed to get on the API. However, we're going to make an update. So the Raspberry Pi is going to have even less to do, but we will use Klipper. So actually this is going to, the STM32, or what is this one again? I don't know. The 32-bit it's an ARM. The 32-bit ARM microcontroller on the motor controller is going to be completely bored because we're going to use Klipper, and then we're going to get into it with an API, and we're going to connect it to the Node-RED Raspberry Pi, and that's going to be the front end of my shop. Which really, to be honest, that Node-RED thing, that should be running on the server because the server is much more powerful of a computer. I don't need to dedicate an old Raspberry Pi to that anymore. But yeah, we've got a lot of stuff to do. Because yeah, Node-RED should be the front end of the shop. That way I can do something like, hey, you guys want to build like an easy button that slaps me in the face and you guys can use channel points for? Then we can do that with Node-RED, and I just need to pop a little, like an extra node in there in order to control it. It should basically be everything. Kitchen is only 4 steps away. Sandwiches are here now. We're getting the sandwich updates from Flatulent Gonad. Got to make sure that he eats food every now and again. This is disgusting. I'm going to go wash this thing out in the sink so you guys get to look at my face. So I'm going to just put up a BRB real quick. And I'm totally not going to go take a piss. That's not what I'm doing right now. Where's my overlays? I'm totally not going to go take a piss. I'm actually going to clean out this reservoir because there's some stuff. Yeah, we don't have the fart machine right now. That we're going to work on soon. We're going to transfer it over to Node-RED, and then I'll only have to get Node-RED to work. So I'll be right back. Here's Julian's music. Did I close it? I think I fully closed it, yeah. Let's just open up a new window. Zelikovic. And on YouTube, you're not going to hear music. You only hear that through Twitch. Fart machine, my beloved. Its certifications ran out, and in doing so, it stopped working. So we're going to do a little refurbishing on it while it's down, so that we don't have to interrupt the farts twice. We demand the ability to remotely fart into your lab again. You can locally fart into my lab, but I'm not going to promise that that won't end up violent, horribly violent. I'll just play T again. This is a buddy of mine's music. That's why I've been so bloated, ran out of gas. All right, hold on. I'm gonna be right back. You guys talk about farts or something. All right, I ran it underwater for approximately the time it takes a human being to take a piss. Oh, there it is. The overlay text goes away when it's active. And chucked across the room. Could get dangerous with 10,000 viewers. The fart box, yeah, it might just constantly bleed out farts. We've had fartalanches before, where a bunch of people trigger farts in a row, but the button's turned off until I can fix it. Now, the burn the subs, 10,000 viewers is not something that we're ever going to be able to do here. I really don't think so. This content has become more and more popular, and the most popular maker that I know did have, well, actually, that I know. The one that I don't know is Michael Reeves. He's got his own stream connected to some other big streamers, and he's got something like 20,000 viewers when he's doing stuff. I don't understand, like, I don't know if he's so great at working a crowd while doing a project, and a lot of his projects are big chunks of stuff that just work. Like, you just put together the big chunks, and it doesn't matter that this thing isn't like minimal and sort of like tuned for its job. It's like, here is a sound recorder player. It's like an entire device, and I've hooked it up to like the biggest brain that I can find that's just like a developer platform, and then I plug it into like Node-RED, and that's it. You put together the complicated part using big blocks. I don't do that. I use small blocks that are sort of tuned to their specific tasks. Even using a Raspberry Pi seemed like a little bit too much for this project. It will be running Klipper now, so that's a little bit more justified. That extra computing power is used to do like the momentum calculations and stuff like that, so that the end of the printer will be more accurate to what it does. It'll work more betterlier. So like I'm constantly thinking about like what is the max that I can do there, but the thing about that is like when you're doing rapid prototyping, you want to start with something that's like going to just work. It's just going to be able to do all these other tasks, because you don't know, like you don't want that to bottleneck you in any way. We're doing a little bit of that here, but we kind of engineer things a little bit more. So Burn the Subs was super duper popular. That got me something like 120 viewers a stream, and that didn't really move from there. It didn't really go viral is kind of the problem, and I'm not great with that viral stuff. I Made a Thing does things so base level and fun that he's got 5 million subscribers on YouTube. I just don't know if I'm ever going to do those kinds of numbers, you know? I had the best comment that I've ever gotten was, this guy's got the setup of a 2 mil streamer. And maybe I don't have the charisma of a 2 mil streamer. Maybe I don't have the project creativity of a 2 mil streamer. And that's something that I got to think about and work on. There's still crud in the bottom of this thing. I want to like get it out. I think what we're going to do is, well, that's not really going to do. I can get to the bottom with that, but I can't get over this little like bend. So I could scrub that, but I can't scrub over here. I guess I can take the plug out of the back and get in there with that. This is a smaller hole though. Build memes. I don't even know what to do with that sentence. What does that even mean? No, and the thing is, like, I don't want external memes. I don't want it. I gotta make our own. We gotta make it out. You know, I gotta put the Bosch on some of the referential humor that I do. Keep the references broader. While I am able to sweep it a little bit this way, I'm not able to get around that little corner where the crud is. There's like a dot of crud in the reservoir. Trends and genres. It's so random in the end. Yeah. I could have named myself after like a fruit. It could have been Apple Streamer. Then when anybody Googles an apple, they come up with my stream. That seems a little disingenuous. I can't get around the corner to get that little piece of crud. This is really bothering me. This is really bothering me. What can I do here? Oh, pin tools. That'll be much easier. These things are thinner. I'm gonna scrape it off of the bottom. Well, hey, I'm super excited that you guys like my content. I do enjoy that. I think I can do much better. I can do better than you guys, at least, because I know you guys are just trash. But I can definitely do better than you guys, and get better audience members. To get more of them in. I'm sick and tired of you guys. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let me just get a little, I'm going to get a little piece of paper towel in there and rub it around. Who says I like your content? I just like that you look at me, but are productive. Oh, you look like me, but are productive. Look at this guy. He's like me, but productive. An actual member of society. I'm not a member of society. Hell, oh, that's the first big lie. I'm sitting here in a basement. That crud is still there. I am getting a little annoyed. Take a look. Take a look. Take a look. It's just like stuff. It's just stuff. It's like plaque. You gotta clean it off of the teeth of the reservoir. Ew, it's gross. Oh, it's very gross. Oh, that's gross. I feel like a dentist. Should I ask you how your day was and you guys go, I need like a better scraper. These are quote-unquote clay working tools, but they are really, really good for stuff like this, where you got to scrape a thing off of a thing, because they originate in dentistry. Scratches will make it worse. No, but there's like brown stuff. You guys can't see what color it is. I can see that it's brown from here because I can look through this thing. If it's good enough to scrape teeth, it's good enough to scrape this reservoir clean. The problem is the height. I can't quite... No, I can actually get down to the bottom with this. Just around the corner is where all the stuff is. Probably because this is like the dead zone between the two outlets. Why is this thing designed the way it is? That's one thing that I wonder about. There's like this, the water comes in through here, whirls the whirligig, and comes up here and cascades down the front, which is really cool looking. But then there's like this lip here. What is that for? If you're taking water in from either end, there's 3 holes. It's 1, 2, 3 outlets. But then, like, we're taking our water from over here. So if this thing goes down below a certain level, what happens? It doesn't do anything. Like, what is this designed for? Norfolk, Virginia at the end of the month. Take 4 hours to drive up to see Odie Boy. Huh. Odie Boy's going to be in Philly, I think, this weekend. And I'm like, dude, I'm not around. I'm just straight up not around. I'm not here this weekend. That's Oatmeal Man, who's a moderator of Rob Oz's stream. There's still a piece of crud. I can see something right there. Right in there. What is that? What are you? Who invited you to this party? What the? I should be scraping it out, but I'm not. What is that? Oh, there it is. This thing isn't sharp enough, that's why. I'm obsessing over this, I know, but... He's going to be in a lot of snow. It's supposed to be gone. Well, I actually don't know. But yeah, I learned this morning that we're going to get like 4 inches of snow, but then it'll be gone in a couple days. That's going to make my plans a little harder. There you go. Now I can get into the threads and actually... it's not like I need to clean this out. I don't really need to scrape this thing out, but I see a thing and I want it gone. I want this to be a little bit nicer than the thing that I left on the shelf for a month. A knife would probably be better to scrape this, but jeez, it's just like, you guys can't see it as easily. There it is. See, there's a little just like crud in the threads. Yeah, I need to think about what's going to go viral. What kind of stupid thing can I come up with that will show off my creative process and be fun and get some viewers in here? Because I love you guys to death, I really do, but you cannot consider this... Wait, what's going on here? Arm focus. You can't really consider this a successful stream. I've got all it takes to be successful. I just need... Oh yeah, were you guys hearing that? Sorry. It did make a fairly scrapey noise. My bad. I should have worn chalkboard warnings. All right, so this pump is going to give us a whole heap of pressure. The reservoir is a good one. It's one that I've been meaning to use for a long time. And the levels of computers have kind of outpaced this. You know, nobody has a 5 1/4 drive bay anymore, you know? Why did I buy this? So it's perfectly sized for burn the subs, though. And I've got all the water cooling fittings that I could ever eat. So I need to somehow mount these two together, mount this to the board, so that'll probably be angle irons like on the ends. Or maybe I just make something that is the same dimensions as this was. I don't mind fingernails on a blackboard, but squeaky felt tip pens make my insides turn in and out. The thing is, I know those sounds and they don't bug me that much. And I understand why they can make people like cringe out of control, but I don't know what it is for me. What is my audio trigger for that sort of cringing? Oh, I'm glad I found the other fitting. I guess I had 3 of these and one of them broke in the other water cooling thing. Cool looking radiator. These are Alpha Cool. Yeah, Alpha Cool makes all kinds of sizes of radiators, and although they are for computers, all this water cooling standardization is really nice for other things that we do in engineering, like for lasers and cooling like motors and stuff like that. You've got kind of a set design, and the cool part about Alpha Cool is that on their website, they have every 3D model of all of their products, because they're German. It's amazing. It means that I can just hop into Fusion 360 and start working on stuff. Well, that's an interesting coincidence. This thing is exactly the thickness of that. What if I did it like this? And had, well, if this is vertical, there's no room for air to go anywhere. I mean, I guess there's a little bit. Hold on, if we're up here, and I do this vertically, and then the pump horizontally above it. I don't think I have room for that. I don't think I have room for that. Hold on, let's move the pump all the way to the top and just see. Biting their fork and then dragging it along their teeth. Really? That's a strange one. I don't have that one at all. The sound of what is it, dentures strong enough to eat other teeth? That one bugged me a little bit. That was a Futurama one. Heat rises anyway. That's the principle of the first Burn the Subs and its water cooling setup, was the radiator was just vertical, and so natural convection would cool it off. People can't eat without their mouth closed. You mean like who eat with their mouth open, or? I don't quite understand that one. All right, let's get this thing back up. I'll use the regular hex wrench for that. Do I have? No, I don't. No, maybe I'll have to. I'm not going to use the auto one because this can tend to like strip stuff. It's just fun to use, you know? A little automatic screwdriver. Oh yeah, loud chewing does set me off. Mysphoria, getting enraged by the sound of chewing. Yeah, I think I can relate to that a little bit. Hey, Miguel Oz! Miguel Oz, thank you for subbing. No, that fell on the ground. Damn it. I forgot there was a little rail in this thing that kind of keeps from falling over. I gotta go find that screw in a minute. Oh yeah, when Rabaz eats. He's got to show everybody what he's eating and then eat it loudly on stream. I don't know. Some people are into that, I guess. Son of a... That's 2 drops. Okay, I got to find a better way to do this. These screws are stainless steel, and so they don't stick to the screwdriver. And so I keep dropping them all over the place. Obnoxious. And these, because they're dropping so far onto a hard floor, they travel. And they can kind of tend to travel a lot. And if I don't find the screw, my foot is going to find it in a sock. And these are kind of pointy screws, so I really don't want to step on them. They're sideways, but they're countersunk. So the countersunk top is what kind of digs into you. These are a gross Q-tip over here. What the hell's going on? Probably from garbage day yesterday. Okay, there's a lot of dog hair. There's a lot of dog hair. And the dog hasn't even been downstairs in a couple days. She has a tendon injury. She injured her tendon, and so she needs to take it easy for a week or so, a week plus, with some anti-inflammatory meds, because I don't want her to get permanently harmed. There's 2 tendons that are responsible for keeping a dog's leg together, aside from, not the knee tendon, that's the one that's responsible for moving the dog leg. The 2 parts of the leg are held up by these two little tendons, and it's just kind of a flawed system where the tendon can stretch. There it is. The tendon can stretch, and oh, that's a different screw. And then it'll start fraying, and then it'll break. And there are a couple surgeries, or a couple orthopedic surgeries that can correct it, but she's a 2-year-old dog, almost. She's not an old dog, so it's very frustrating. And she got the injury from running full speed. She likes to run full speed, and so she got a sports injury from it. Apparently, she's a very muscular dog, too. She got compliments for being muscular. So that's where all those treats have been going. They've been going into muscles that are stretching tendons. Very frustrating to have to go to the vet for that. But she'll be okay. She just needs to take it easy for a bit. And we need to see whether or not it persists through her relaxing. I'm finding a lot of stuff that isn't a screw down here. As a result, she does not like to go up and down stairs because her leg hurts. And so she hasn't visited us down here in a long time. But maybe if she recovers a little bit, she'll want to do stairs again, I hope. Because I don't like not seeing my dog during the day. Oh, hey, who raided? What happened? Cosmo Quest. How's it going? Sorry, I'm complaining about my dog and I'm looking for a screw on the ground. The glory of being a streamer, right? I get all the most glamorous jobs. The housework stream. There were a lot of dust bunnies down there, and I don't really want to admit how many I just found. Yeah, what I'm doing is looking for screws, because what we're doing is updating my wall-mounted laser etching table, quote unquote. It basically, when somebody subscribes to the stream, it writes their name using a blue laser on a giant fancy block of wood. So when Bodie McBoatface or Butt Breath Steve subs to my channel, it'll get written on this very fine piece of wood back there. It won't do that right now because we're working on a water cooling system. And the water cooling system on this board is responsible for cooling the laser. It's responsible for cooling the motor drivers. I've made it responsible for cooling the brain, the Raspberry Pi, as well as the power supply down here. So what I need on that is a reliable pump. And so since I have this EKWB pump, it's one of these, there's two kinds of water cooling motors, and this one's the louder one, not the bigger one. The bigger one is quiet and reliable. It's what I'm using on the streaming computer as well as my own computer now. I have to water cool everything. That's just what we do here. So I am water cooling Burn the Subs as we update it, getting it ready for the latest generation, the 3rd generation of Burn the Subs. And hopefully that'll bring back viewers when I have a nice little gimmick that will get people to come in and watch my stream. I've been completely outclassed by certain other streamers, and it's gotten to my head. I know I shouldn't let it get to my head because everybody's just a different streamer. Hey, John Jumper. Yeah, poor girl. I know. My puppy is sick, chat. My poor puppy is sick. No, she has a sports injury because she loves running, and she runs very, very fast when she runs with her friends. There's a couple other corgis in the neighborhood, and they're fast friends, but they run, and she runs faster than they do. She's much faster than the other corgis. Now we know why. Well, no, now we know that she broke her stupid tendon doing that. Bodie McBoatface is the average Twitch name. It's not even the spiciest one that I've had on the board. I've had some very spicy names on the board. Whoa, okay, I caught that. Anybody want to clip that? I don't even know what the fuck, what just happened. I shouldn't curse as much. Actually, I know exactly what happened. This thing is mounted up with these little rubber bumpies that somewhat expand to hold everything together, but sometimes they don't. And so with one in, the entire reservoir was able to pivot and exit the little bumpy. This little rubbly bumpy. Actually, I don't think they expand. I think they just hold it in place. So it was able to pivot outwards and fall. Whew. Shaking a little bit from that. That was a very, that was quite a move. So I think I need to get both sides in. The problem is these are not magnetic. These are stainless, which makes them infinitely more droppable. because they don't stick to the screwdriver. Got that adrenaline. Yeah, that quick little response. Actually, the adrenaline didn't help me with the response at all. It's only making it harder to operate now. All right, now get this side in. They're probably misaligned a little bit. Getting my pump on, my adrenaline pump. Yeah, this one could be a little higher up. Okay, that should stay in. Let me get one more in there, and then we know that it's stuck. It's got 4 corners holding it in. I haven't heard any space news for a while. Is anything going on in space? Probably not. Nothing really happens in space. It's an election year here, and I'm about to eat my own foot in order to escape politics for just a minute, because I've had my folks here for a little bit, and they've been here all day, and the TV is only on political stuff. Yeah, vote for Pedro. Okay, so I've got the reservoir in its top configuration. There's a solar eclipse coming. Nobody told me about that. So that's out. That's not going to fit anything. That's a bad configuration. So if we go like this in the robot mouth configuration, I could put this. Well, it'll probably have to be in the middle because I have a tube coming in and a tube going out. But if I put it there, then I don't have enough room for the pump. Or I can't like fit the pump flat at all. I basically need it to be, I guess what I can do is I can put it like this and then leave just enough room for the tubes, and one tube maybe coming out. Well, okay, so let's think here. So this would be the feed to the pump. So if I go from here and we go, it would have to curly Q, and then it would be sticking way out in front. That's not good. Marcus Wadant. What is Marcus? Solar eclipse and Marcus Wadant. Is it just some guy? Is he just like, yo, I got here a minute ago. Okay. All right, there's 2 screws on the ground. I don't know where they are. Actually, that's where the water coolers came from. This is a Raspberry Pi water cooling block. I have a tube, a copper tube rather, that I soldered to all of these motor drivers underneath. Oh, Sweden did a short ISS trip. That's cool. That's cool. So the return, how are we going to do this? Oh ho ho, oh ho ho ho, woo ho 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 ho, oh ho 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 ho. Ooh, did you see what I almost just did? I wasn't fully on camera for that, but I just reached over and I grabbed the glass of the fluid that was sitting in this thing for months. I'm gonna put this somewhere else. This goes off of the bench. I don't want to drink water cooling fluid again. Yeah, fool me once. This would be the second time that I would have drank water cooling fluid. And I will tell you, it tastes like plastic. Hell no. Ooh, that was a close one. We skin of our teeth on that because I tend to autopilot. Oh, I think the neighbors' corgis are here. I hear the pitter-patter of corgi feet upstairs. I would love to move the cameras upstairs and show you guys. I just don't have the ability to do that. Actual gamer fluid. Ugh. 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 At least put some yeast in there. That's disgusting. You're disgusting. No, it's disgusting. That's absolutely vile. Antifreeze for the GI tract. Corgi attack when? Willow's not allowed to do stairs. She's got tendon issues, which I'm very sad about. It's a very sort of sad state of affairs. She's a very innocent little corgi that has tendon issues now. So, reservoir into pump or reservoir into radiator into pump. What do you guys think? It doesn't really matter what the order of operations is in a water cooling system. Super antifreeze, man. No, I've already done this. I've already had this scenario where I was doing maintenance on the water cooling system and I used a glass because I needed something to dump water into, and I picked up the glass and I took a big sippy from that glass and I lost my life. A dumbwaiter for the corgi. Yeah, it would be nice if I could get the corgi in the shop again, because she was in here the other day, actually. She managed to do stairs in spite of her tendon, even though she really shouldn't do it. She's got a way of doing stairs where she doesn't put that leg down. She very, very, like, gingerly lowers her back legs to the next step. I've got all these brass fittings that are the right size for this thing, so we're going to be using these brass fittings. I've got too many of them. But yeah, she very carefully lowers herself down each step. So she did come down here and take a nap once, and I was being careful to be super duper quiet while she was, because if you make too much noise, she kind of grumbles and leaves. So she still likes it down here, but eats stuff that makes crumbs. You don't think I do that? It's better than the deer poop she eats outside. I don't have a single remaining right angle fitting. That sucks, because those are expensive. Let's take a look. Let's look it up. Let's look at these right angle fittings. This is the VCO, the voltage controlled oscillator that I'm building, with the design from Hajiwo, who makes cheap, like dollars and cents. It's like $10 for all of this stuff to make this voltage controlled oscillator, which is exactly the opposite of the way modular synthesizers work. We have an M303 over here that we're still reverse engineering. It's designed like the 303, which is like a legendary acid synthesizer sound out of a voltage controlled oscillator, has a filter on it too, but it's like monstrously expensive. Acidlab.de makes it. And they sanded a couple of the chips, so we have to do a little bit of hardcore engineering. Last stream we worked on that, we did reverse engineering, which is something I've done for 10 years of my life professionally. I have received paychecks for reverse engineering stuff in the past. And so I am an expert, 100% reverse engineer. I'm good at this. I'm good at what I've done. We spent 5 hours trying to figure out what one chip was, and a chatter, I forget who now, I'm sorry, if it's you, you can fess up. You can say, no, I'm Spartacus. A chat member comes in and goes, oh, it's just blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how did you, what? And they're like, oh, I've just used the chip before. It's like, God damn it. I was supposed to look smart. Me, this guy, I'm supposed to look smart. I'm supposed to look smart. It's my stream. And somebody just came in and figured it out. It was good though, because we were treading water at that point. We did not know what this chip was, what it did. I mean, we knew the ins and outs, and then it would be a matter of finding out what the ins and outs were, but you know, and I guess one thing that we could have done, no, there were no strategies left. There were no strategies left except for the work. Work is always the strategy in the end. So what we would have had to do is look through chips and figure out the I/O. Since we know now that it uses a chip that was specialized for the job of being, like, this chip is specifically designed to be like your I forget exactly what it was, but it was in a line of synthesizer related ASICs. ASICs are application specific integrated circuits, ASIC. It was a specific line of ASICs, so now that we know that they're using those, there's a possibility that some of the other hidden chips are just that sort of line of technology, the kind of stuff that they're building over on the modular synthesizer forums. All right, so I'm going to look up how much this water cooling fitting is, and I think EKWB is listed on Amazon, so I get prime shipping. So EKWB right angle This $17. If I were to get 2 more, that's so expensive. Of course, I've purchased them recently. They had a sale on the dark nickel-plated ones that I use in my design for a computer. Why is this freezing? Why is this what just happened to my computer? Okay, something weird is going on. Maybe Chrome has just insisted on having an update or something. I'm gonna cough 1 sec. Ooh, dry throat. I'll probably have to get 2 more of these though. If I'm gonna make this not look like total crap. Then again, well, I wanted to have one here because I don't want this to stick out completely. And that's just I mean, I could just run a tube all the way to the front, but then it's this big ugly tube sticking out. I wanted to keep this flat. I guess I gotta let go of that though. Everything was supposed to be this distance. And I guess I would need a different pump with a different style inlet in order to do that. I wanted to keep it flat, but I couldn't. I've failed. Other configurations. I don't know about that. Windows module installer? Have you had troubles with that lately? I haven't. I also don't want to encourage bubbles to like collect in this stuff. I would like for instance, if I had the 2 tubes going up and over, that means that the water drops down to the radiator and then it has to go back up and around in order to get it away. Unless I did here to here. Windows Update wanting a restart. Let me check. I don't have one right now. Oh, so you're saying, yeah, maybe it's downloading right now. If I did this like this, I could do a tube out of this end that would go down to here, and then this goes to inlet. Or I do from out here to here on the return, and then I can go from out here to here, put this towards the center. That'd be a little weird. But then my send is here and my return is here, which puts it right near those 2. Maybe that's the way to do it. So we return through the radiator and then up. That's a weird comment. Yeah, I think that's the strategy. I think we do it like this. And that gives us a little bit more room to function. So we need to measure the space, and then I need to basically make it in CAD. Now the question is Fusion 360 going to be charitable towards me and my efforts? The problem is this does make this pump the central feature of the whole thing. And I guess I could do this, and that would put the inlet lower. I could reverse this. If my return goes through the radiator, that means that this over here is the outlet. So this goes like this. Or no, wait, this would be the last pumped thing. But that means that any of the bubbles in the radiator, where would they? I guess they would not form. They would get blasted out and go downwards. What is the optimal configuration here? What's up, Reesbees? Reboot every day. I don't reboot every day, but I do somewhat often. I mean, I've got to take the computer down this weekend for a LAN party. Like, cramming all the tubes into one area is not really necessarily what we need to do here. It would be cool if I could do like a hard line. But I do want to make the radiator central. But I don't want this to be the central feature of the entire setup. Of course, that's out of line. That's completely out of line. That's unacceptable. Yeah, none of these are going to work except for like this. And there will have to be a fitting up front, which is why I will be spending $17 on one to put a nice fitting on there so it looks good. And only one. This could probably use right angles. It doesn't necessarily need them though. Ow, my hands are hurting from holding this stuff up like this. Dad Deets, how you doing? Thank you for the sub. Then Burn Baby Burn, subs Inferno. You always got to come in and remind me of the things that I'm working on, huh? We should test. We should test the system because that'll be fun, and then we'll do the CAD. I could we could try to seal the laser too. I was gonna dip it in UV epoxy and try that. That'll be something that I can try, I guess. How am I gonna do that? I mean, I guess I could fill it with the epoxy and then I don't know. I gotta think about that. Maybe that'll be for another day. For now, we'll just send it to. Okay, you're about to smoke Kush, whatever, and your screen name is 9 to 5 office worker. This doesn't add up. Like, boss comes over and smacks you upside the head. Hey, do that on your own time. Paint it on in layers. I was thinking I was just gonna dip it like a strawberry and then expose it to the light, to the light of its sins. I brought a red one over. I need to find the tan one that has the laser in it already and the tubes on it. The office is the best place for a plot. The home office. Yeah, what did I do with the laser? I think it's in a bin. Is it in this bin? What is this bin? This is a bin. Yeah, the laser's right here. So I was thinking of breaking down and actually dipping the laser in epoxy because I just uploaded the stream where we were working on this initially, and we didn't get very far with it. Where are the little tube ends that I stuck in it? Plot thickens. Oh, here they are. There's one. Let me just get them out. I've a lot of fires burning. We've got a lot of ideas in a lot of weird places, and I'm working on them all at once. And my brain space is pretty much jello at this moment. So we'll see where we get. Oh, there's the other one. It was inside of something. All right, so what was I getting across the room? I was getting, oh, the tube. The tube. The bath. Here's the tube. This is approximately the length it takes to get to the laser from the control panel. Politicians' offices. No, that's where you film a gay porno. Hook that up to the system. And we gotta plumb everything else too. Two dudes. Let's see here. What else do I have? I need a little section of... Oh, I used it in my main computer. Uh-oh. So what are we going to water cool then? Were those G1 quarter? The Danger Den spiral water cooling blocks. They've got cracks in it though. They've got cracks, so I don't think they work. These are my old water blocks from way back in the day. I'm a little old school. I sort of have been doing this stuff for a long time. And this is my old water cooler. It's a spiral of copper. This one's also a spiral of copper. This is before places discovered that plating stuff in nickel is really easy to do. So these could have easily have been plated in nickel. But what they're doing nowadays is actually cutting fins with a slotting saw. They cut little tiny fins in it and then make water pathways with CNC. Instead, back in the early 2000s, they were machining spirals into stuff and then running the water through it, which, I don't know, probably pretty effective. But are these G1 quarter? I think this is before that standardization. The O-ring standardization of water cooling was a really nice innovation because it means that you can buy parts from all over the place and they're all valid. They all work together. My eye got really itchy just then. That is not G1 quarter. This one is close, but not quite. Probably shouldn't have put a brass fitting on that. Use something a little stronger. Actually, it's all I got. Huh, that does work with G1 quarter. So maybe that standard existed then. Trilobites? What are you, huh? What you talking about? Yeah, too bad I could put a little acrylic glue on this and maybe glue it shut. This was run without a reservoir. And without a reservoir back in the day, the water cooling system got so hot that it ended up busting the acrylic, cracked by acrylic, and caused a big damn leak. This would be totally repairable though. In fact, I even have a piece of plexiglass that's about that thick. I don't have any way to cut G1/4 threads in it. But if I did, I could easily just make a new block for this. I need the milling machine and I don't have the DRO working. Anyway, let's put these back. These are old school. They were pretty awesome back in the day. All right, put these back over here. Yeah, nowadays you just nickel plate stuff because it's easy. All you need is a heated bath and a battery. Something made a very distinct screw noise when I went from one end of the floor to the other, and now I don't see it. Ah, peanuts. Okay, whatever. Back over to this. I need to make something that has a hose fitting on both sides because these both terminate in hose fittings. And so I need this to go into this. But I already used that part. So what am I going to put over there? Let's see what I have in the water cooling bin that's behind me. Oh, I could use this. Maybe. A bunch of radiators and a bunch of fittings that I don't use. And a toothbrush charger. What the hell? Nope. All right, we'll just use this big stankin' reservoir. Actually, no, this is a bad idea. I was going to use this to sort of show the water flow, but that won't flow back in. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. All right, put this away. Put this stupid thing away. This is dumb. This is dumb. I have a flow indicator. What happened to that? That's right. That's what I used to use. Okay, let me find this flow indicator. I think it's in here. Oh, there's a smaller reservoir too. I have all this crap. All this water cooling crap. All right, so here's a flow indicator. That'll help us see what's going on because it's a flow indicator. Replace the fart sound with random screw drop floor noises. I don't know why you guys don't like me. Why don't you guys like me? Why are you always mean to me? Why don't you make a machine that turns off your stream? Bother. Oops, I went the wrong direction. I'm pre-spinning the hose, so when it goes together, it's all organized. There we go. Look at that. Beauty. So we're going to test this pump out. I kind of want to test it in the location that it's going to be, but I think that might be a little challenging. I guess the hose fittings will probably hold it up well enough. Now, what direction were we going in? We were going output to the distributor down here. So let's get that lined up. Hopefully none of the hoses burst off. I don't know how much pressure this thing is going to have, but we're going to go outlet directly into the distribution. Why are you in the YouTube? What are you doing? What are you doing over there? Get out of there. Shoo. Get back on Twitch. The outlet should probably be lower, shouldn't it? Well, if it is, that means I got to plug into the other side. So if it's like this, then the bubbles are going to tend to go up into this reservoir. You don't have that emote there. What are you doing? Stop that. You're being silly. Okay, tube there, up to here. That's a bit of an angle. I mean, I could also do it where it like sticks off the side, and that would give me a little bit more room to operate. And then that can be lower down and it won't take up all the space. Just put it completely off the side. Actually, well, doing it like this or like this would be a little bit cursed. But then the flow of air, if I do it like this, not like this, That's actually okay. YouTube viewers are the best. I'm not going to say that out loud. A brass spiral tube down the side. Yeah, that could work too. I just have a radiator in my hand. You wingnut. I'm literally holding it. What up, Brink GG? But there's more on Twitch, oh bother. What? Oh yeah, well, YouTube, I mean, hey, I'm perfectly happy for the people on YouTube discovering my stream. If I'm listening to music, which I'm not right now, then, what the heck? Well, that doesn't work. If I'm listening to music, which I'm not right now, it will not broadcast on YouTube. What hardware is the case? It's something my brother made in high school, or he bought it, I don't know. But he tried to make a Nixie clock out of an old clock that he made in high school, and so I eventually got all that Nixie hardware. That's sitting in another bin. I decided to use this as the front panel for Burn the Subs. And so it's a custom-made box, and I added these whatever latches to the side so that I can get into this thing and so that we don't break the glass, because the glass is non-replaceable. There are notches in the wood, so the wood was glued together with the glass in the notch, and so the glass isn't going anywhere. But yeah, it's this nice little glass container that my brother made. So I'm deciding to use that to keep dust out of my hardware. Which gives this a really weird look. It's a really strange looking thing. Strange looking thing. Do it like at an angle. The problem is this makes it really weird. And I wanted to pack everything into this spire, this little tower. If I do it like up here, then I have room for it. But then the radiator's above the reservoir, and so when you open the reservoir, you could have water spilling out. Everything should be below the reservoir, even if just barely. Previous Burn the Subs had it out to the side, which, you know, I could do a variety of out to the sides. I don't think I like that, though. Have it slung outwards like that. It is all just going up on the wall, and it is mostly decorative. So having it off by a little bit and having a little area with the pump and then space for tubes to go in and out wouldn't be totally bad. Yeah, I don't like any of it. No, sir, I don't like it. And the alternative way to do it is this. I need a little bit more tube on this, but then it would be like that. Okay, so let's plumb this and see if, because the whole motor, we might rule out the entire motor if this doesn't really work that well. So our first stop is the pump. So we're going from here to here. What tubes do we have? I only have these little tiny tubes. Actually, I've got more tube behind me. Let me go get it. Let me go get some tube. I'm gonna get some tube. Where's my tube? I have distilled water in that bottle. I'll probably have to buy another gallon of distilled water because I did a sink flush of the computer, and it was sink water then after that. So here's a bunch of different lengths of tubing that I have at my disposal. Bop, 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 bop. My way with this tube, because this is slightly thicker silicone rubber tube, my way of doing seals is by cutting a section of the tube and then fitting it over top of the tube. So now this puts extra pressure on that fitting and it keeps it nice and sealed. You can't do this with the thin stuff, but with this thick tubing that I've got, it works a charm. I even have a pitcher of water over here. I don't know how much water this thing is going to take. Hopefully that dropper is going to be enough. A little feed thing that I have. And then we're going to return through the reservoir. So I need a section. I'll probably split this one into two. Get my little lockings off of the ends of this. I'm just going to come straight down from here. So we're just kind of seeing what this is going to be like. So let's go from there to here. Yeah, owie. Yeah, it's more fun to play with tubes than CAD. CAD programs are boring. That cut really bad. Wow. I feel like I need a tool to do that. Terrible. Terrible. Well, you know what? That needs to be like that much shorter. I want the tubes to kind of hold it in place right now, and I'll figure everything out in the interim. I really don't want to have to buy more tube, but I'm going to end up having to buy more tube. You know, that's an inevitability. This is the ideal setup where bubbles are going to be encouraged to get the hell out of my system. Now this is coming from there, and it's going to this. Ah! It's going to ruin my fins. Should have made it a little shorter. If it was a little shorter, it would... Actually, do I have a shorter one? That is way shorter. That is way too short. Need something a little bit longer than this. No, I don't have anything. Well, the last leg is to go here. There's a distribution manifold behind everything. Through here. These are at least a little bit more flexible than the ones I used on the computer. The ones on the computer had very thin walls. They're much larger tubes, but they tend to... whatever, do whatever. Yeah, see, back here, we've got the distribution manifold that puts it to the power supply, the FET coolers, the Raspberry Pi, and the 2 power conversion modules that get pretty hot, actually. And then down here, it's going over to quick disconnects that are sealing quick disconnects so that I can remove this entire control panel with the D-sub and the quick disconnects and the big power plug, and then I can bring it over here to work on. All right, so that being said and done, and everything being hand tight, I can pretty much get my water in the bottle with this little squirty thing and just start filling it up. We can pump 12 volts into this thing and see what it does. This is going to be excruciatingly boring, the fill part, because this thing is, it's just this wee little tiny little piss thing, just kind of pissing this in here. Just going to kind of piss in this. These little tiny, even super soakers have more volume than this thing. Glug, 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 glug. There it is. I should pour the water in, but that's for smarter people to do. What, did that scratch? No. It's got a slightly better stain than that. If I wanted to do like standardized hardware, the way you do something like this is you actually use like an electrical panel, and then you can design your whole system to sit on DIN rails. And DIN rails are a really wonderful way of organizing things so that you can have these, what are they? They're like wire guides that you run around the DIN rail hardware so that if anything is about to fail or if anything does fail, you just undo the wires from it, replace the DIN rail device, and then put the wires right back where they were. It makes a very organized sort of control layout. But I have all this cool stuff that I want to use on something. I wanted to use the wooden case on something, and the EKWB reservoir on something. Now I could have, in a DIN rail setup, it would be actually a lot more interesting with this hardware, because then you would adapt this hardware to the DIN rail, and then I would have like water tubes and stuff running around on a sort of a flat layout of all the parts. But I don't know, this kind of evolved from the previous version of this, which was this sort of control tower. And it would actually live much nicer in a controls cabinet. Maybe that's for the next version of Burn the Subs. I do a version that actually sits on control, like DIN rail hardware. All right, let's shake some bubbles up. No? Nobody's coming out? It should be feeding down through the pump. TBH. I guess I probably have to run it, and then I'll get a bunch of bubbles back. Because we're not getting anything coming back over here. There's one bubble. The biggest thing with water cooling is the reservoir, because this thing is in a U configuration, and a lot of the newer radiators actually do a tube on the bottom and a tube on the top, because both of these are just chambers on the ends, and the water flows through one or two channels for each row. What'll happen is a bubble will get in here, and the way to get the bubble out is to run it up against stuff and out, and you want that to be sort of in line with the flow of everything so that you end up expressing your bubbles into the reservoir. But you know, everything changes in a water cooling setup, and sometimes you just can't run a tube where you want to run a tube, and so things get a little hinky. All right, let me get probes, power plugs. These are all, what are these doing? In my desktop water cooling system, I actually have an XT30 plug on the pump, and that allows me to plug in a 12-volt wall wart so that I can run the pump full speed independently without the computer being on, and I'll end up basically doing like a kettlebell dance with the whole computer, you know, hoisting the whole computer over my head and tilting it all over the place in order to get the bubbles away. And there are certain reps that you do with it that will continuously render bubbles up into the reservoir. All right, black and red. Should put an XT30 on this one. So there's 12 volts, there's ground, and now we need to do the power supply is set to 24 volts. That would be a funny joke. Okay, 12 volts, turn it on. My dog takes that opportunity to start barking. And off again. What the hell? Ooh, little boobles in the water. That's very boobly water. Boobells. This is not a series loop, this is a parallel loop, so whenever the water encounters any kind of a problem, it will pretty much just expedite the water through other connections. Yeah, I don't know what she's barking at, but boy oh howdy is she barking at it. This is disgusting. There's all kinds of crud in this water. Probably gonna have to clean up this loop, run it through the sink or something. There's a little, like, it's like dust. It's like dust in the water. Ah, there we go. Jeez. What the hell is that noise? That made a noise like a screw's in there. All right, let's run it again. So far, it looks like it can handle the pressure. Oh my God. What in the hell? It's churning on bubbles right now. That's what's going on. There's a big air bubble in the reservoir. I would love to get rid of it. One way is that it just pumps itself out of the system, but the other is having this thing actually leave. Please leave. Try it this way. There we go. Now I gotta run it bit by bit and just let that... Oh, there's still a big bubble in there. Yeah, so maybe... Okay, so one determination is that the pump definitely needs to have... It needs to be like this. Oh boy. No! No, 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 no. Okay, maybe we won't twist things around like that so much. That's not gonna get powered up for a month. Oh, look at you, you're soaked. Son of a bitch. He's barking at chat. What, are they coming over here to fart in my house? Like we discussed earlier? Oh my God, that got everywhere. Yeah, you're definitely getting dried off before I trust you with electricity. Everything's covered in water. Yeah, this is a great way to soak all of your electronics for sure. That's why I'm leaving the cover on. I did absolutely no prep for having water pour all over everything. All right, there. Jeez. Yeah. Water everywhere, and I could drink this water cooling fluid. Ugh. All right, we need a cleaner desk. This desk is not clean, and it shows by how much stuff got covered in water. Well, at least it's physically clean. I mean, it's been wiped off for sure at this point. Don't think for a moment that I did not expect this to happen. This is par for the course. This is what comes with doing weird stuff like this. Sometimes you get covered in water. With no one to blame but yourself. I hope water didn't get into the fuse or the circuit breaker, because I don't have another one of those. I'd have to buy one. I don't know how much those cost. I think they're kind of cheap though. Don't let the Vicor power supply sit in water. Jeez. That would be very, very bad. Much bad. Okay, put the scissors away. Get all this stuff kind of out of my way. Okay, so that unfortunately pulled out the pipe and decided to soak everything. I'll refill the little bit of water that spilled. Most of our electronics were saved except for the power supply from the deluge of water coming out of this thing, because this is right off the reservoir, and the reservoir doesn't have a cap in it. If I put the cap in the reservoir and that unplugged, a lot less water would have come out of it. There would have been much less volume of water. But we're going to refill this, and I'll try again. No, it was me fucking with it that did it. It wasn't because there weren't clamp rings. Where's the max fill on this thing? Oh, there's no more marking. There's no more maximum fill marking. So I think we're just gonna shred the bubbles and send them through the rest of the system. That went pretty well. Still a lot of suds coming up through. But there's no water in the pump. It's actually very quiet. I'm kind of surprised. I think you guys are right. I think Windows is updating. I've seen a couple slowdowns. This is fascinating. I mean, the bubble went away. Okay, so that is getting water. I think it's just not good enough to make this thing spin. This one is definitely spinning. It's like right in the path of the water. And it's small enough that it's indicating. It's small enough that it can get over that. Here, I'm going to pause it for just a second. Just let those bubbles get out. Those are bubbles, right? That's not crud in the system. It kind of looks like crud in the system. Ew. See that? The radiator holds on to bubbles. Every time I do this, I get a little bit out. I don't know if I don't think that those are bubbles. I think that's dust that accumulated in the reservoir when I had it open. They'll find their way out in a few hours. Well, I mean, I'll do a water change, of course. It's good to get these out a little bit. I can put some cleaning fluid in this, actually. That's probably a really good idea. Let me put a little drop of cleaning fluid in. Which one are we using? Loop cleaner. I bought this because of all the rust in the other one. This stuff is a little bit soapy. I'm gonna get a syringe. Let me get a syringe. I could measure it. Why would we do something like that? That's silly. Syringe. All the ones with a needle. I need one of the ones with a needle on it already. Come on. Where are you? Syringe with needle. There we go. As a diabetic, I have access to lots and lots of syringes. Tablets for aquariums that make dust and dirt into a solid lump. That sounds fascinating, except for the fact that it does need to get through the fins of the whatever it is, of the pump. So I'm just gonna get a little bit of this stuff. Almost had it. Why does this not like going up into the syringe? That's weird. That's too much. We probably only need just a little tiny squirt. It's like that. Just a little bit of the concentrated cleaning fluid. Into there. Medication time. Yeah, this is an intramuscular needle. This is what I would inject steroids with. I wish I was still on those, because then I could build muscle, because I don't build muscle. I lost a lot of weight too on it. Must be nice, but they won't put me back on it. My endocrinologist is not happy with using that stuff, and I'm like, come on, man. It's like all of the things that you're listing here as problems, that solves. So yeah, there's definitely crusties in the water. It's very cloudy. And I don't think it's just boobles. Although there is a lot of air in the water, it seems. This is picking up over here, all the way out at the laser. There's a significant amount of tube. Okay, hold on. You guys, stop jumping all over the place. What we have is we have a distribution manifold on the back, and that's distributing water to the various heat-creating things in the control panel. But then, because the laser gets hot, just a little bit hot enough for me to pseudo-justify having water cooling in the first place. But what we need to see is that the resistance for all of this tube on the pathway out to the laser, through the control arms, through the drag chains that'll control it inevitably, make sure that it does not slow it down to the point where it's not flowing. And I think my flow indicator is just not indicating this. It did the same thing with the other pump. The other pump had a similar flow rate, but it seems like everything is functioning. I think the lion's share of the water is definitely going to the other components of the system. Yeah, I've got a very long tube. This thing just is not functioning in this flow. I mean, it really doesn't help that it tapers out. And this is right next to the pump. Did I just feel the cold of a splash of water? No. No, I did not. That's water from when we had the previous spill. I just need to make sure that it's not new water anywhere. Yeah, there you go. Oh, water cooling. These were weird, building this reservoir. I took size adapters and I cut off the ends and flattened them out on the file, and then I put all of these on an angle iron where I could heat them up. Or not an angle iron, it was just like a V-shaped clamp, and I had them gravity hitting up against one another with a bunch of solder on one side, and then I heated it up and it went and soldered itself in. And water sealed, no less. But it worked. No, I don't see any drippies with this amount of pressure, so I think we're good. Aside from the fact that I fucking soaked this circuit breaker. I'm not happy about that, because now I don't know if it'll explode or not when I turn it on. If there's crusties left by water, we're going to have trouble. I mean, it seems to be clearing up, but there's still definitely crud in there. I think I need a little bit more of the cleaner, too, because that really wasn't that much cleaner. So let's try to get a little bit more here and inject it into the flow stream. be funny to have like one of those IV things, and then I'd actually like be injecting it like it was really medication. That should be pretty good. That's only like a couple drops, a few cc's, cubic centimeters. You are now to be cleaned. You guys get a better look at that. Hold on. Also gotta be careful not to hit myself with this freaking needle. I'm not used to how long it is. Heard that before. Don't be gross. That's really cool looking. You can see it mix it in there. It would be even cooler looking if this was not a filthy fucking reservoir. This thing sucks. Having left it on the wall for periods of time, I guess it got infiltrated by crud. This'll get, so what I'll do is at some juncture, I will take 2 of the fittings off and replace them with long tubes and run the long tubes under the sink for a little while so that I'll have like a full high pressure flush of all of the equipment in here. And that will clean it out for sure, for sure. The EK cleaner should get at the rest of it. So we got to figure out how we're going to mount these 2 things, and I have them both in CAD. So at some point, we'll do a stream where I figure this out with the actual, you know, sizing information. Well, that's kind of fun. Bloop, bloop, bloop. So if there is a tube sticking up in the front of this whole design, I don't know. I guess I'm okay with it. I could have the radiator stick out the side. I'm not going to buy a new radiator. These are spare parts. These are things that I bought that were the wrong thing and I couldn't return. So I'm not going to be giving Burn the Subs like a brand new Alpha Cool radiator. That's like 80 bucks I will not spend. This'll get leftovers, but I do have pretty capable leftovers. Do I have any 1 fan rads? No, I don't think I do. I don't think I do. And we're not going to generate that much heat. We're only generating a small amount. I guess if this went a little slower, it would probably fill up this portion too. There's a portion right here where the little cascade is not displayed. And I guess if I really wanted to filter bubbles, I should be taking my air from here, or my water from here, because this pushes everything out and to this section where it kind of flutters around. And so this would catch those bubbles and release them up here, and there would be just like a general flow back down and over. So it seems like I should probably use the one next to the one that I'm using. There's no chance in hell I'll be able to flip those. Actually, yeah, there is. Hold on. Turn that off. And if I take this whole thing and I put it down on its face, I think I can swap those 2. Oh, I need to seal it. I would need to seal it, and then water's going to come out of those tubes, but not that much. So yeah, I think I can get away with doing this. Let's do this. So we're going to flip the 2. I need a cap on the reservoir. And my hex key did not do that size. I think it's a different hex key for this thing. So I can tighten it up enough just by hand. I've been burnt many times, and I'll be burnt many times again, but at least I somewhat remembered that the cap was not on. Also, the cap's not on the cleaner too. I need to do that. Make sure this stuff doesn't get everywhere. This is like kind of a soapy stuff, and I don't really know what's in it. I wish I did know what's in it, but they're keeping their formulas secret to keep you from copying it. I think this is like a giant hex key to do this. This is like way too much torque, this thing. Oh, that's way too big. Fountain mode. That's kind of what this thing already does. Fountain mode. Fountain! Mountains! There we go, that's the size. Give it a little thing, because this thing will put way too much torque into it. Way too much torque into it. You don't want acrylic to explode. Okay, so carefully lowering it down like this, and now the bubbles are all with the fittings. Not too tilty. All right. Oh my God. Burn the Subs is unfortunately very tall, and we're not really set up for tall stuff. How do I get this off here? Let's see. I can't really get to the hex fitting, so I think I need to drop it. So in order to drop it, I need the screwdriver, which is wedged all the way over here. It's got a screw stuck to it. You guys get the same view that I do, except that stuff is too bright over there. It really isn't that bright. It's just the camera, the way the camera's treating the light. It goes to the wrong stop because it wants to get detail in here where it really shouldn't be getting detail. And I could lock down the mode, the exposure mode, but then it'll blow other stuff out of proportion. The screw that fell on the ground, these keep falling on the damn freaking, they're stainless steel, they don't stick to the screwdriver. That's the unfortunate part of it. I do have other screws that will stick to the screwdriver. I should probably end up using those, but I can't be asked to because the stainless steel looks so good in the black 3D print. Got a nice contrast of colors. That's another drop. Another day, another drop. But not the kind that gets you Twitch viewers. Drops, 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 drops. Tarkov drops. That one time Ghost Freak got like 6,000 viewers from doing Tarkov drops. Insane. People wanted those drops. They wanted those drops. Drops are enabled. As I get 10,000 viewers suddenly for just mentioning drops. I gotta put in eye drops. Oh, that's 50,000 viewers. Where did my hex key go? Are these aren't 6mm. Oh, they are. Well, they're gonna mar up the surface. And then, oh, I can do forceps on the ends. I wish I could opt out of these drops. But it gives you stuff in games. You get game stuff. Don't you want game stuff? You want game stuff. Oh wait, I'm not moving this one. I'm only moving this one. Where is my big hex key? Stop making that big face. Big hex key. It's probably under this thing right now. I'm probably crushing it. Nope, not crushing it. Oh boy, that's all wrong. You come back over here. Jeez. Okay. All right. Everything's crazy. Giant hex key. Not this. Not the T-handle. There's another one that's on the table somewhere. This thing away up here. I am moments away from just ordering an RC car kit instead of faffing around with the WL Toys. I don't know if Short Lurker I saw a minute ago, and I've been meaning to actually show him this with video. Oh no, my mouse is in the fray now. Hold on. Oh my God, hold on a second. I gotta clean up. This is getting ridiculous. But the A-arms on this WL Toys thing are so limited and cheap and non-functional that I am about to spend $200 on a car frame just because I want something that can go at the high speed that I was trying to get. But the problem is that ruins the specialness of getting a WL Toys kit to go as fast as I have. The project has kind of lost itself. It doesn't really know what it is anymore, and that's my fault. I tried to do generative design, and I burnt out on trying to notify generative design what it was supposed to do, because there were so many factors that went into it, and so many little things to kind of keep track of. So I burnt out on that and then decided to take a break on that. And so I focused on the WL Toys kit. And I wanted to put A-arms on both sides so that it was strong and it would hold its toe in properly. Because that singular top piece would break at like the drop of a hat. But these Chinese parts that are the machined aluminum are really bad. This feels really bad. It's crunchy. I love the generative idea design. I have most of it done. There's some other things that I think I need to think about before I do it. But yeah, it would be cool to make like maybe a 1/10 scale RC car with generative design. I think the 1/28, all the equipment is kind of strangling areas that the program would be able to utilize. So I don't think it's not great. That thing is tiny. Yeah, this is a 1/28 scale. I kind of fell in love with 1/28 scale over the pandemic because I was trying to make a little RC car that I could drift around indoors, basically in this shop, before I had a bunch of stuff on the ground. All the routes are blocked, but it started with the Mario Kart Pro Circuit. I actually have 2 of those. I have another one that's in the shelf unopened. I might give it to my nephew. But this is so crunchy. I don't know if you can hear. You can't. It's crunchy, and like this shock won't work unless it's perfectly aligned. Perfectly aligned. So the original WL shocks are probably the better ones. If I go in and clean it up like that one YouTuber did, he had a whole series of videos where he cleaned up the WL Toys kit. And I think if I had followed that instead of doing whatever this insane shit is that I was doing, I probably would be in much better shape. But I'm very much thinking about just getting an alternative. And then if something breaks on the alternative, I've learned all the lessons from all the CAD modeling that we did so that I can create a replacement part that's 3D printed. And I have all the motor equipment and stuff and the radio equipment that'll get that thing up and running. But it feels like I'm abandoning a project if I do that, though. I don't know where my hex key is. This is leaving me kind of high and dry here. Hold on. Where's my hex key? I'm supposed to be swapping these fittings so that we're utilizing the chambers properly. And we actually have like a Boobill filter. I watch the Boobills and they go through the chambers. Do I have the hex key tool? No, I don't. I need to find either the plastic tool or whatever their thing is. Is the door open? Where, pray tell? This is why you have to clean up the shop. You gotta put a day. Oh, there. Oh, goody. Look, this is like freaking like adult Blue's Clues. Stock plastic WL Toys shocks are actually really nice once you cut away the leftover plastic flash. I gotta take a look at that, yeah. Because I think that's probably something, yeah. You do a way better job of cleaning parts up than you would think with a comb or really fine sandpaper or jeweler's rouge. That's interesting. I had a pervasive film in my water cooling setup, and I tried using an ultrasonic. I bought an ultrasonic cleaner, and I had them sitting in alcohol, which was a mistake because apparently alcohol can weaken acrylic. It wasn't a long exposure, but it was heated alcohol. And the heated alcohol and the ultrasonic cleaner did nothing. It didn't do anything, so I don't think I was using it right. I've watched a couple videos on YouTube about how to do it, so I should probably know in the future I could use some kind of like a detergent or something. The amount of parts that I've bought for the WL Toys kit to still not have an RC car. Acetone and acrylic, yeah, no thanks. Whatever the aluminum transfer was left like a milky something that I had to actually physically wipe off. So on the front reservoir, it's fine. But then also because I had aluminum exposed in the loop, that meant that a half cell reaction occurred and my nickel was coated with something. So Jewelers, I don't know, is it called Rouge? Am I saying that right? I don't want to call it Rogue, but Jewelers Rouge would have been a great thing to use on that, because then I could have gotten rid of that thin film, that pervasive thin film, with wonton abandon. Using all kinds of $5 words here. It's rouge-like. Yeah, that's my macaroni and cheese. any mass-produced parts, they just don't really spend any time on finishing them. Well, these are the worst of the quickly produced parts. It's a $60 RC car, or was at least a $60 RC car, and so they left a lot of plastic flashing and stuff on there, and it makes the RC car absolutely a struggle until you do these little things like running a knife on some of the surfaces and putting some of the ball joints in a drill and actually sanding them down just a tiny bit. Once you do that, it becomes a much more cromulent RC car. But I was trying to make it do stuff that it wasn't meant to do. I was going for like a top speed 3-phase motor setup, and if I'm going to do that, I should get a real frame, because when you get to those higher speeds, you really need for the consistency to be there. You need it to be able to handle a bump. I'm trying to load up a screw with one hand, and it's really difficult. You need to be able to have it handle a bump, handle a turn, all that fun stuff. Everybody's been making these jokes, and somebody even made the joke at Groovy Something. It's so weird. Everybody's got to make it. Why is it always a sex thing with you guys? Because you're Twitch chatters, that's why. All right, I'm trying to mount this thing. It's not really cooperating with me very much. God damn it. Wait, there's already a screw in here. What the heck? Hey, Lunatic Live. How's it going, Louie? Look what I have. It's a modular synthesizer that I built out of all this stuff. All this stuff in the shop, and I'm building a modular synthesizer to try to make pleasant little wibbling noises that won't get me a copyright strike. You ordered a CNC. Oh shit, that's gonna be awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of Mutables Instruments stuff in there, as well as, oh my god, water's getting everywhere. Dumb. I just tilted this thing on its side, and I didn't, luckily it just spilled it over the edge, but I just tilted this on its side without putting the plug back. I forgot the plug. Muffing the copium, I don't have the plug. Let's put this thing, get that there. Let's get that sealed. Shit. A cromulent wobulation station, indeed. Yeah, so over the past couple months, I've been building modules, because my buddy Julian, who's a musician, came to me and was like, hey, you can just buy the circuit boards for these things. And they basically tell you, like, good luck, shithead, and they leave it to you to build them and program them, right? And so I've been making I think Clouds is like $75 in parts, and it's like a $400 synthesizer module. So I've been making pennies on the dollar. ADHD Generate, thank you for the gift to your uncle, who was formerly Uncle Phil. I guess he got banned for being a shithead or something. I don't know what happens around Uncle Phil. Clouds, get out of the way. I've made a little bit of noise with it, but so far I don't have enough stuff to really make cromulent woobling. I made what essentially boiled down to marching drum noises, which was a little strange, but that's what Marbles does. The Marbles module makes sort of bump, bump, dun, 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 dun. Da-da-da-da-da. And so that's all I've been able to make so far. All right, let me catch up with chat. What's going on? How are the lunatics doing today? Nice rack, bro. You're damn right. Man, that CNC is going to be fun. You're going to be breaking a lot of bits, I think, at first, but I could really use a CNC. I was thinking we have the parts to make one. I think the next odyssey that we go off down, instead of being taking apart the milling machine and putting it back together, I think I want to make a small CNC, and that way I can do carbon fiber parts, and I can also do carbon fiber front panels. This is the most complicated smokeless bong ever invented by mankind. Welcome to my stream. Actually, I should be doing stuff like that, because that'll get more viewers. Uda Oh, so many viewers. He's got so many people following and viewing. I'm so jealous. It's amazing to see a maker with a big crowd. Fox Alien. It's a beginner machine, but it's highly rated. I want to get a laser eventually. Laser, you need a lot of smoke handling. I know you know how to handle smoke, but we're talking about like horrible acrylic smoke. And you need to like make ventilation for it. This is the most high-tech. You guys should have seen the shit I made in high school. The nickname for one of my pieces was Industrial Light and Magic. That's how complicated and crazy these things were. I made one out of like a Nike bike pump, and it had a blue LED in it. It was great. Another one I made out of just those light, like lamp parts that you can get that are just like threaded tubes and stuff. Why are you going in? There we go. I too was a bong engineer in school. Yeah. No, I hated bongs. You're talking to the king of dabs over there, Louis. I don't like bongs. They were too strong. I didn't like getting that out of my mind. I took a fat huff of concentrated acetic acid saturated with H2S. ADHD Degenerate is a materials engineer, and also a Rabaz mod. Okay, so this thing is back together. What I did is I spilled a shitload of stuff on my new. I bought streaming Crocs. I have streaming Crocs. They're not quite Crocs, but I had to get these shoes because I'd be down here editing and these stools dig into your feet. So, yeah, you've got the experience, maybe not currently practicing. Clean up the water that I've been standing in and not realizing that I was standing in it. I tilted this thing on its side and it dumped a bunch of the stuff out. And the problem is we've got that EK Cryo water cooling cleaner and it's a detergent. So there's now this detergent all over the place down here. Crooks, yeah, these are my streaming Crooks. I was going to get a set of Batman Crocs, and I probably should have, because I think Julian would have stolen them. They have the bat symbol on them. So this is Burn the Subs. For those of you lunatics who don't know what this is my water-cooled, obviously you got to lead with the water cooling. Why is that? Why is there like a gap there? What is that? Huh, weird. Water-cooled laser etching table. It's a piece of automation that I have in this shop that I have. This is a streaming shop, so I've got cameras everywhere, and I've got tools, and I've got big machines, and I've got this thing up on my wall. What this is this is a piece of live edge wood that we are going to program in order to burn the names of subscribers onto itself. I've had two other versions of this board, and it's burnt. One of them has 6,000 names on it, and it was ruined by one name that was too big, and there were too many names on the board, and it couldn't put it up. But each subscription event is handled on its own. So if you subscribe, your name goes up on the board, but you can also gift a subscription to somebody. And if you gift somebody a subscription, their name goes on the board. So you can find utterly cursed Twitch names that are allowed on Twitch, but get up on my board. We had one that was Coming in Santa's Beard. I don't know who gifted that, but they're on my shit list. But yeah, that goes on to an actual plank of nice wood that I spent a couple $100 on. I'm excited about the modular synthesizer. Now that the lunar holiday is over in China. Oh yeah, Demi's got those Sark emotes. I'm not doing a dance for you, no. I shall do the happy dance now. But yeah, anyway, so you get your name burnt on the board, and you can get your buddy's name burnt on the board. And what that amounts to is a bunch of absolutely cursed names on my wall. And so I have family over here, and they go, oh, what's this butthole tornado? What is this? And I'm like, I have to explain myself. Santa's Beard. God damn it. That is a name on the board, by the way. Butthole Tornado actually tweeted after her name went on the board. She had a tweet like, my cursed Twitch account had some activity, and then I find the coolest thing ever. And there's the video of the clip of her name, Butthole Tornado, being burnt onto my wall, mine. Heard on the previous one, there was a banned dude, ADHD Degenerate. Screw that guy. Yeah, his name is Hateful. ADHD Degenerate got his account banned for being full of hate. But it was just self-deprecating if you were even to interpret it as that. It was one of those Twitch moments. All right, so what's going on now? Right now, I'm seeing the debris being pushed into the inlet from one side. So it's coming in here, and it's circling, and somewhat getting captured, but then mostly it just flows out and down and into the inlet. So I guess that didn't quite do what we thought it would. I don't know why this is here. This doesn't like seem to do anything useful. Forced name change for it being derogatory 2 weeks later. What are you now? Oh, wait, you're still the same name. I guess he changed it back. Gonad was afraid that he would run into that too. Flatulent changed his name to Turbonad, which is not that much better than Flatulent Gonad. But the Twitch has apparently set their Gestapo on horrible names, which is unfortunately a hit to burn the subs. It's a bit of a hit to burn the subs. See, as I tilt that, bubbles are coming out. You can see them right here. Oh, so it's not degenerate, it's just generate. Now it's a little bit subversive and they don't catch it. Good job, Twitch. Good job. Way to do, I guess, something. I don't know. I don't have anything to generate heat, so thermal vision is a little bit understated here. But yeah, I'm thinking about getting the more expensive what is it? 124 RC car, because these A-arms are just pissing me off. I think what I'm going to do is tonight I'll do one upload to the VOD channel, because I got that rolling. I'll do one upload to the VOD channel, and then maybe I'll start swapping these over to the plastic A-arms and see what they're like. See if I don't hate them. If I get banned again, Bike will save me again. I saw Bike doing a bunch of active what do you call that? Nope. Activist stuff. There we go. Hey, ladies and gents, I know there's a bunch of you talking right now that are streamers, and you can back me up on this, but brain capacity halves when you start streaming, because you have to be a silly guy out there, and you have to be an extrovert. And I struggle with that. I try to have my own personality. I try to be sort of crazy. I like the Predator Vision fitter in the right corner. Yeah, that's the thermal imaging. Cool thing about thermal imaging is it bounces off. It's basically long wave infrared light, right? Blake said next time let him know. Oh, so he's like primed and ready. That's pretty funny. Here. So if I get something that is completely non-reflective, let's try the other side. I think the other side's the one. You can see detail from the heat that's bouncing off of this block of aluminum that is not shiny, because the aluminum is much lower temperature than the near infrared wave, long wave infrared waves coming off of my face. They're bouncing on this, and they're bouncing on that relatively, they're bouncing on it like a bunch of dick. I mean, they're bouncing. And so you can see, you can see how many fingers I'm holding up and stuff. That's thanks to the resolution and the frame rate of the thermal webcam. I bought one of those thermal imaging modules for this webcam, and it had a ton of lag on it. So we don't get special features like having a temperature. This thing can do like a temperature readout to tell you what temperature things are, but we would have to program that in, and I don't know how. It looks like you're wearing sunglasses. Yeah, the plastic lenses. You can also see right about where I should be getting all of my injections when I go to the doctor. And I have deep veins too. This is an embarrassing amount of crud coming through the water system. TBH. Extrovert, you're doing perfect. I'm listening to your enthusiasm and your voice. I don't know what you're doing, but as random, I'm intrigued. Thank you very much. I do get that a lot, and I do get it. I do get it, because you listen to somebody talking passionately about something that they care about, and it's endlessly fascinating. And I hope that I'm operating on a level that brings enough of you guys with me as I pontificate about bullshit in my life. There's a lot of not healthy people in this household right now, and it's starting to come down on me as the guy chauffeuring everybody around. So I haven't streamed this week yet, and I will be back next week. I am busy this weekend, unfortunately, so I can't do streams. I gotta get back to game streaming. With me uploading all these VODs, I'm in my own face, and I'm noticing how I pull back on some of my referential humor, and I don't follow through with it. I'm like shy. I'm too shy, even though this is my show. Like I should be making all the streamer noises. But yeah. Oh yeah, those vein finders. I've been wanting to make one, and I think I can make one. And how was I going to do it? It was, oh yeah, there are 2 frequencies of infrared light that are very seeable by cameras. I mean, all infrared, not all infrared, but infrared is very seeable by a camera without a filter. So if we get a little webcam and we take the infrared filter off of it, because they all have that. Because what a color camera will take infrared in as visible light, and that will swing the visuals around, and it'll make it so that the reds are much stronger and the blues are weird. Everything has like a hue to it because of the infrared light. Every camera has one of these. That's why your TV remote looks like it's this dim little blinky thing. But if you view it in a camera that can actually view infrared, like a night vision camera, it will illuminate an entire room. They're very bright. We just can't see it. So with certain frequencies of infrared, they go through blood and guts and bones and stuff, and they bounce off of blood. I always say blood and guts and bones and stuff because that's how Jack Packard said it in the Gopher video for Red Letter Media, but it basically, that infrared light will go in and bounce off of blood and then come back. You can also get a frequency to bounce off of oxygenated blood, but if you have a little projector that's nowhere near infrared, so it'd be all the way in green, and you project that image back down, then the parts that have been absorbed, the blood that's been bounced back is more visible, and you invert that so that you're seeing a dark line where the vein is. And those vein finders actually exist. They're a medical appliance. They're pretty awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I guess we're testing this new pump for a little while. We would get into 3D modeling and stuff, but I'm not going to go too crazy right now. Yeah, non-radiation medical imaging. There's some cool stuff out there. I just wish I could take this thermal cam. I produce a lot of iron, so every now and then I have to go into the hospital, and they basically extract a bag of blood, and then they hold up the bag of blood. They hold up the bag of blood, and they say, this is your blood? I'm like, yeah, you know it's my blood. They're like, yeah, it's garbage. And they throw it in the garbage. They just throw my blood in the garbage. That's what it means to them. But when they're doing that, I would love to bring the thermal imager and be like, look, the vein is there. You can get to it now. Because I have a lot of trouble. I have a lot of trouble with that. Well, the pump's heating up a little bit. Do they use a magnet on it? I hear that you can do stuff like that. Just remember, it would take, what is it, like 90 people's worth of blood to make a sword. But then you have a blood sword. So this isn't moving, and that's kind of concerning. This is the simulation of the laser. This would be the laser in the system. There is flow. You can see the bubbles are kind of struggling a little bit. There, see, like that bubble left, and it's never coming back. I'm not letting it back. But then it's not exactly spinning, but we do have a very strong restriction on it. My blood, my brand. Is this an artificial kidney? No, this is the world's most complicated gravity bong. See, we're filtering there, and then we got the water flow there. We got a Raspberry Pi, of course, for street cred. And we got a VFD screen, so this is going to look really nice. And we have 3D printer parts, because that'll really help with the bong. And then we have a power supply that probably costs $1,000 that I got off of eBay. It uses Vicor modules, which are these it's like a solid state, hyper efficient power supply. I bought this because I don't know what I was going to do with it, but this is really good for automation because it's like 24 volts, and stepper motors like more voltage. I've got quick disconnects on the bong. Those are ceiling quick disconnects, so if I unplug one, water isn't going to get everywhere. And we're using a D-sub connector because they are awesome. D-sub connectors can hold 5 amps of current at 12 volts, which is very, very useful for us. I need to make a twitch.tv oh bother sign like that. But yeah, we're just testing out the water cooling system right now. This is the Pièce de Résistance. This is my prime project that brings the viewers in. And I've been editing a lot of VODs. I started up a VOD channel. I've got 250 videos to put up on that VOD channel. And I am now editing VODs where Lunatic Live is regularly rating my channel. And I cannot be more thankful. I love Louis. He's awesome. He did Wreckfest with us way back in the day. I don't know if maybe maybe I'll be uploading that one soon. I don't know, but it was very fun, good times. Now the laser itself, I got to figure out how I'm going to seal this, and I think what I'm thinking I'm going to do is possibly just inject some UV epoxy into this chamber, swish it around, and then expose this whole thing to UV. And maybe that'll make a little water sealed jacket inside of this thing. What I could do, if I set up the syringe properly, I could use a Luer lock on a syringe, a Luer lock to tube adapter, put a little piece of tube, go up to the tube fitting, plug the other one, just use forceps to pinch the other one, and then I can actually pressure inject that UV dye and expose the outside. And maybe that would seal up all the little things in there. The Luer lock stuff is really good to have. You'll want to, if you're doing water cooling and stuff, it's good to have like little Luer lock equipment, because you can move volumes of water very quickly and efficiently, and it just makes a really good. This is yeah, it's a Creole injector. Well, if I do say myself, I could use a little bit of Creole in my veins. But yeah, you can adapt stuff with a Luer lock. And I bought these Luer lock tube fittings, and I'm not looking back from that. It's like amazing to have stuff like this. So I could even, well, I have other syringes, but I could use other syringes on that. I could even use the steroid needle that I had out earlier. Was that a damned ghost? What? The Creole injector? It makes everything taste great. Creole butter injector. It comes with like cans of like Creole that we never used. It was a gift from my brother, but I've been using it with water cooling for a while. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I read backwards sometimes. In the thermal, it looked like you walked away from the desk. You were looking at this reflection right here. I did walk away. I went to get this Creole injector. You see that? I'm a ghost. I'm a thermal ghost. IV butter. How much do you need before you taste it? The thing is, when they do like those IV dyes, when you're getting like an MRI, you can taste it. It hits, like, I feel it in my like full upper sinuses, and you start smelling like a chemical. It's a very unique sort of experience when they inject dyes into your bloodstream in order to highlight certain facets of like an imaging system. And they used to do this with the retina scans that I would get, but then I guess Carl Zeiss got involved or something, and now there's this amazing machine that does, like, you're basically looking into a Michael Jackson like music video. He's like dancing, and there's like a laser in a circle, and you get like digital laser line like down as it scans sections of the retina, and then on the imaging you see like a side view of your retina. It's really cool stuff. Oh, what are we talking about? Oh, Degenerate, if you're still here, I actually did get that, the stuff to put on O-rings. I have that now. Where did I put it? Wait a minute, I don't remember where I put it. It's in this bin. But it was like $14 for, where is it? Where'd it go? 14 bucks for this much. This stuff is fucking expensive. I didn't get to use it on any of my computer's O-rings. This shit's S tier. Apparently, Molly 111 is really, really good. That's what this is. Molly Coat 111. And if you put this on O-rings, it will not only moisten them, but it will make them grow just a little bit. This is a stinky bin full of glues and stuff. Ugh. I didn't get it in time. It's super pricey lip balm, yeah. Actually, it might have been 20 bucks. Had to look up what UV epoxy is. They use it to seal nails. Yeah, the corrosion. ADHD showed me these corrosion cells that he did as like his capstone project or whatever. And holy shit. That's on a level that I don't operate on really all that much. All right, what was being set up above? Somebody said smart stuff and I missed it. About the Creole butter injector. Air Force grade stuff. Yeah, that's essentially where I found out about it, was when I was reverse engineering IEDs. I got a bunch of parts that were on a totally different level of engineering than what I normally would be looking at. And so I was like, well, I got to take a look. Like, what is this stuff? And in writing the report, I had to find out what company made these circuit boards that I got, and it turns out it was Vicor. And I was like, dude, I'm sold. And so I made a very, very small gaming PC by using a car PC adapter, which takes in 12 to 14 volts and outputs all of the myriad of voltages that motherboards use. Doing that means that I had just one big giant power supply, and I ran that to the graphics card and then the motherboard, and that was it. So all I had to do was produce a lot of 12 volts. And then I had my computer project, and I posted it on Reddit, and it got 600 upvotes, which at the time, we wore an onion on our belts, because that was just the fashion. No, at the time, that made front page, which was pretty cool, but I couldn't pivot any of that to get a good stream going. I don't know how, maybe I could post it again, but I don't think, Reddit is so segmented now that I don't think it would end up making waves. Every now and then I get a message about somebody wanting to do the same thing. Yeah, the little flow indicators, like every now and then it starts to kind of move. Use this stuff all the time at work. Honestly, I'd never buy it for home. Really? Scrolling. Glowing green stuff in my eye. I almost went blind in one eye. What the heck are you doing out there? I think I missed whatever comment it was I meant to read. Sorry, whoever it was. You guys are great. Need a holiday in Finland. There's one of the comments that I was looking for. Yeah. Looks like you're wearing sunglasses. I think I got it. Yeah, I think I'm caught up. Yeah, I do want to try BeamNG in Finland because there's a server that does it. I don't know when I'll get around to it. Things have been really busy lately, so. Good stuff, but not good enough for the price. ADHD has me thinking otherwise, but it's nice to hear another opinion. But I have it now, so, you know, next time I have to take apart my computer cooling project, I'll be able to. This is looking a lot cleaner than it was. Maybe those were bubbles. Maybe those were bubbles. This is like cleared up. BeamNG is awesome. Yeah, you got to help me set up the force feedback in there though, because I don't know how to do that. Thanks, Rick. What is it with Ricks? So that stuff was already there. This crud over here. Oh, you know nothing about force feedback. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you don't have force feedback. You just have the wheel. Didn't go to the doctor for like a few days. The paint was killing me, so I had to go to the doctor. I had to go, and the doctor got really angry at me. Huh? Oh, for the green stuff. Oh yeah, pain for the green stuff. You ever cracked open a glow stick? That stuff is stinky. A friend of mine got yelled at in high school. Somebody's going to drink that and they're going to turn into glow shit. Oh, well, apparently it has some kind of peroxide in it, so it's really not good. Brother had a bunch of, pine tree. Had a branch of a pine tree, and I walked behind him. He let go of the branch, looked up, and got a pine needle in my eye, and the pine went almost through all the layers of the lens. I've gotten injections in my eye. Those are very uncomfortable. They numb the shit out of everything, so you shouldn't feel it, but man, because your eye is this closed ecosystem, right? It's got its own kind of like closed ecosystem where if anything gets out, the immune system actually attacks it. So when you do inject stuff into the eye, it's very, very powerful indeed. And so I got this anti-cancer medication that keeps blood vessels from like growing, basically. And insurance, of course, found a way to deny it. They said, wait, we give this for macular degeneration, not diabetic macular degeneration. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I fucking hate insurance. But anyway, they would do that. They did that a couple times, and it saved me from going diabetes blind, which is where those blood vessels grow and pop, and then your eye goes red. Felt like I got punched by Iron Mike for real. Yeah, it sticks with you for a couple days. That hurt, but it was so weird. It's a very weird sensation, and your vision goes all funny from it. Okay, so I think we're in good shape. I think we're running here. I need to figure out how to place all of these two objects in this amount of space. So I may have to have it sticking off the end or something like that. I got the eye injection in her eye because she had bubbles in her eyes. Oh, that's really weird. I don't know how that happens. So yeah, this is the control panel for Burn the Subs. We're cleaning out the water system right now because it's been through a fair number of iterations and gunk. This looks pretty clean though. I don't know why this is cloudy. It might be the volume of water looks cloudy now because of the detergent that I added to it. But like the actually looking through the plexiglass and seeing how crisp and clear the water is, I think we might have solved it. I think it might have just been bubbles. It's apparently common. Huh. Ah! Freaking scary. Jeez. Stay up there. I'm a little disappointed that this thing isn't spinning. It's likely that we are getting water flowing through here. It's just not enough to spin that. Common when old. Weird. Doesn't the excess sugar damage nerves? It causes them to start growing and moving and stuff. Well, yeah, it does damage nerves. That's neuropathy. But actually, the neuropathy is mainly caused by the lack of blood flow, from what I understand. Yeah, it's a little too much. It's not spinning properly. And I was hoping that it would. I mean, this thing is going nutso. If I had this size of spinner over here, I probably would see something similar, but this is 5 times or 6 times the amount of flow. It's everything is tapered down in the back. There's a big distribution manifold. So we know that water is getting to stuff. I just don't have a good evaluation of how much. And I'm not going to go and buy any more flow meters. This is just cobbled together with stuff that we have. But no, I'm pretty happy with this pump, and it's actually very quiet. I can't hear it. I can barely hear it. It's good that it's quiet. This is a studio after all. Everything needs to be silent, which is why I've water-cooled my rack-mounted streaming computer as well. Okay, so I think we're going to leave off here. I'm going to be back next week, and we'll start to, because I've got all this stuff in CAD, we'll start to put this stuff together into CAD and get it all connected and working together. Flow meters are big restrictions anyway. Well, I mean, if you put them like somewhere here, it's not really going to do that much. Like, I really don't think it's people like to split hairs when it comes to water cooling. It's like, as long as you get water to your destination, it's all good. Yeah, and you want to see the whirligig doing whirligig stuff. Like, it's one of my favorite parts about my other computers, that I got a whirligig with some lights behind it. The laser will make a big noise. No, it doesn't make any noise. The, what is it? The stepper motors will make more noise, but we've got quiet drivers on this thing. This thing has nice quiet drivers, so mostly the board will be very quiet. I could make a big hullabaloo about the noises that the board makes, and I know OctoJ really appreciated those noises. I plugged those in, like they were, the original 3D printer noises were quite striking. Make a soundboard for it. I've got the little lights that spin around. Those are one thing. All right, I'm not going to draw this out. I mean, I've got a ton of viewers, and it's wonderful. And it's thanks to Cosmo QuestX, Flatulent Gonad, and Lunatic Live rating me with like 20 viewers each. It was kind of amazing. Gurgling noises. I think the water cooling setup is only going to come on when the board is like on and active. So if I'm streaming and I turn on the board, this thing will pump at a slow speed, and then if somebody subs, it'll pump at a high speed. I think that's kind of how I need to do it. But yeah, everybody's been plugging me full of raiders, and that's great, because otherwise both of my viewers would be here. But yeah, let's break. I'll be back on Tuesday, and we'll figure out something cool to do. In the meantime, I got VODs to upload, and this thing will eventually get started. I don't know if I'll work on it on my own, but I'll definitely catch you guys up when we stream next. All right, that's me. That's my stream. That's it. I don't have anything else to do. And I'm going to try to really resist buying a $200 RC car over the weekend, because I'm a giant man baby who can't help themselves. Now, let me open the store page that actually has that RC car on it, and I will hopefully not click I forgot to plug social media. Hold on a minute. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Does that do the messed up one? No, I think we got rid of that. We had a misspelling of end that would pull up a messed up thing. Those are social media stuff. You can find me on Twitter or the Discord. I mostly hang out in the Discord, though. You guys will see me there. I will be back on Tuesday. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.